Workshop. This is Chris Diltz presenting with Sarah Kroll and Octavian. Today we're going to talk about some year-end processing techniques, functions, and features within the Sage X3 product. In today's workshop, we want to go over some year-end procedures with checklists, process overviews of certain functions and features, modernizing financial reports with Nectari, and what are the new version of X3 offers that are financial enhancements in the product. We present this workshop to help everybody have a chance to review configurations in Sage X3 that affect the year-end close. Oftentimes, these things are set up when we implement the software, and they are controls that affect the year-end process. We want to make sure that you have that information, so in your system, you might take a peek at what your system is configured for, so you understand why the year-end function or year-end close is performed as it does. By the time we complete the webinar, we would like to have everyone better understand year-end functions in X3, have some checklists to close the year, understand the new features of the product. Here's our schedule for today. Providing this introduction, talking about the order in which we close the modules, and provide some closing recommendations. Then we'll take a look at the setup and configuration in the product, look through the year-end checklist that we're going to present to you, go through some specific functions and the actual closing process, and then we'll take a Q&A session and break. That's where we will open it up to look at some questions that have come in and see if anybody has raised their hand to talk to the group. After that, we'll take a look at the new product features that are related to the financial group and some of the new unique things about the new platform of Sage X3. And then we'll close out with two sections on Nectari. One is about the Nectari features and enhancements of the tool that make it a powerful reporting product, and then a little bit of a financial overview of the financial reports that you can build inside the Nectari system using Excel. And then we'll close out the end of the workshop. Let's start off with order of application closures. When you close your X3 system, you want to make sure you're completing transactions and modules that post or transfer information to other modules. If we break X3 out into two separate groups, a distribution and manufacturing set of modules and a set of financial modules, what's on the screen is a recommended order in which you would go through to close your modules for the month. Most of the time, we're doing these things in parallel. So it's not a linear process where I would complete all of purchasing before I move to sales. However, before recognizing I could complete sales, I would want to think that I would have purchasing completed. Purchasing is put up top because it's how we bring things in to the system. And if we're buying things that we are selling to customers, we need to complete the purchase process before we can complete a sales process. So this is kind of an old school methodology here. Wanted to put it up on the screen. But again, closing isn't linear. So if we're looking through and finalizing our checklist, we might just say, has purchasing completed all of its work before it might affect any sales work? If you are an organization without distribution and manufacturing, or maybe without sales in X3, then some of these things you would skip. You might have purchasing, you might have inventory, but you may not have sales and manufacturing. So in the distribution manufacturing section, it's all about the movement of product and things that are coming into the system through things that are being processed and moved out of the system. Now, in some organizations, they may say, we build the order, so therefore, we might want to move manufacturing up on our list in front of sales. In the finance section, we always look at moving everything around from a document that would be an invoice, credit memo, or adjustment, and post all those things through accounts payable and accounts receivable before we complete our cash applications. Cash applications often are applied to things like invoices and other documents in the system. So we would put AP and AR first, even though they would have payments in them for cash transactions, we would want to reconcile and do the bank and cash closure after AP and AR are done. Then checking our bank, checking all of our statements are entered, all of our receipts and payables are entered for payments under bank and cash. Everything feeds general ledger. So we have general ledger as the last module. But this is a suggestion order of application. Again, I said this is old school. Sometimes we move things around based upon how the product's used and implemented at an organization, but it's definitely something to consider as we move on and talk about the checklist later on in this workshop. At the very bottom, there's a note. You may have modules not in this list, such as fixed assets or other third-party products. There might be special considerations in how you do those during year end. We don't have the opportunity to cover all of the modules or all the third-party add-on tools that might work in your system or integrate with your system. So if you do have questions about where they might fit in or how they might be closed, please contact our help desk or your X3 consultant. I've had the opportunity to do year-end workshops for years, and it's always one of those growing curriculums. But over time, there's been a few things that you try to present in these workshops as food for thought. They might be common sense, but we want to apply some of those to how they would work with Sage X3 that way. So year-end and month-end, most of the processes in them are the same. The difference between year-end is it's an important milestone where you're cutting off your financial statements for a fiscal year and you're creating balances that roll forward into the next year. But some things like use tax, sales tax reporting, or even just printing financial statements, they're oftentimes the same thing you do at a month-end. So whether it's month-end or year-end, we have 4 different types of things to talk about that would be recommendations for your system. One is about scheduling. The second is resources that you would have available to you. Reviewing your setup, part of our workshop. And for Sage X3, are we prepared with 1099 information? First one is scheduling ahead of time. Scheduling period tasks is just as important as performing them. Our checklist will help you put together some templates for your company where you can look at what's the appropriate time to schedule these in a calendar and assign them to a team resource. What resources do you have for supporting year-end? Coming to the workshop is a good thing, learning about the period end steps for X3. But in addition to the workshop, the SWK Help Desk is there ready to help you with questions, or you can reach out to your SWK X3 consultant and schedule a special overview for your organization. Now you'll hear me say reach out to our help desk or SWK consultants. If you don't have the help desk email, phone number, or know who your consultant is, send a question in, and Sarah and I can take a note of that, and we will make sure we get that information to you. Reviewing or knowing your Sage X3 setup. Options in X3 will determine how period end is performed. In our workshop, we're going to look at the basic set of items that you should take note of. There may be other items in your system that affect period end closing, including sequence numbers of transactions that may need to be addressed in your system. If you've been closing on an ongoing basis, what we're doing in the workshop is presenting the standard options so you can go back and take a look at them. You'll see a few of the options we talk about. You could choose 2 different things, and we have a recommendation of which one we're going to do. We'll talk about some of those as we go through them in the workshop. If your system doesn't perform that way, we're not reviewing setup to have everybody go change their setup. There could be reasons why your X3 was configured different than what we present in this workshop. So if you do have questions about anything that might be different, let us know or call our help desk. In Sage X3, 1099s are often printed by companies to send out the payments made to suppliers during the year. In this workshop, we're not going to talk about how to set up all the 1099 components and how you process transactions to accumulate your 1099 payment totals, but we are, so what we want to point out here is for 1099s, it's important to either review your information early. So if you get to October or November and you know year end's coming and in November you're deciding to schedule, when you assign 1099 information review to somebody, I would start looking at the numbers that have been collected year to date. So do 1099s early, don't put them off to the year end, making sure that your suppliers have been set up correctly to track 1099 balances. And it's also good just to do a double check and make sure your team members don't have any questions about how they enter 1099 information. Okay. Having completed that, we want to talk about moving into the next section, which is reviewing the setup of Sage X3. In our presentation today, I wanted to just tell everybody what we plan to do about multiple Sage versions. Not everybody has the same product, or the same version of X3, I should say. We all have the same product as far as functionality goes, but there is version 5, version 6, version 7, version 7 update 8. So most screens presented today on screen are going to be version 7. A few of the screens I have shown in version 6, which is a very similar layout on the screen as version 5. There is a download guide that I'm going to put up on the screen here in just a moment, which you can see in the download section. You'll see it pop in there. It will show 2 screens in each section, or almost each section. Version 6.5 and below, because version 5 and 6 are similar, and then another screen for version 7 and above. If there's anything unique about how things changed between version 6 and 7, we've made a note related to that change, whether one version gives you a report versus another version gives you a query to get the same results. So give me a moment here and I'll get that uploaded for everybody. Oops, I reset my slideshow. Let me move on down here to where we were. So there should be, in the handout section on the right panel, SWK Training Workshop. It's a Word document. And you can download that, and that has information that we're covering today on the screen. All right, so let's talk about review, setup, and configuration of X3. At year end, one of the main functions that happens is the transfer of balances from the current fiscal year to the next fiscal year. Every GL account number has an account class assigned to it. When you went through training for the X3 product and you were trained on how to set up GL account numbers, there was a field in there that said account class, and you were trained that that would default the debit or credit sign, default the type of account, and in the print screen there you'll see the 4th column over says CFE. That's the carry forward ending balance flag. So in our sample here, we are carrying forward the balance of assets, liabilities, and capital. Those are 2 account classes being carried over. It's always good to take a look at your account classes and know what your account class list is. Most of us just look at it as we're creating new account numbers. But it's beneficial to make sure you look at the CFE flag and the default sign. Accounts have balances that are stored in a set of books in X3. The set of books in X3 is called the ledger. It's a very old school name. In the old days, we all had manual ledgers. The ledger is where we maintain our account balances. There's a lot of controls in the ledger. Everything from how we store information to match information and to the legislation, which would be the country and the regulations related to account balances for where our business is located. We want to talk about two options in this screen related to the year-end process. In the bottom right of the image, there's a red circle around fiscal year-end options, generation type, and closing document. Generation type is how we intend to close the year. In your system, if you have one legal entity, which would be one financial site, you could pick site or company for your generation type. But if you have multiple financial entities in X3, meaning multiple sites that have balance sheets attached to them, you would want to generate a closing document by site. That way you get retained earnings, current earnings calculations, and balance sheet balances updated for each individual legal entity separately so they all have their own balance sheets. If you were to choose company and you had multiple financial sites, the next screen I will show you if I'm choosing company and closing and rolling all the balances together into one site, one financial site, that would be my parent company. Now, we don't recommend doing that. If you have more than one financial site, you want to have sites selected. So when you look at your system, you want to understand what your financial sites are when you review this box. No questions coming in on that. Like I said in the beginning, these things have been set up. If you've had the opportunity to already close the year, you probably had the process in place and you understand the results you get. But this does control whether or not the balances are posted at a site level or not. The safest thing to do is just to pick site, which is what we recommend. The second option there in that section is called closing document. Years ago, as we had manual ledgers, we manually closed out one year and we wrote down the income statement to current earnings, and then we created, or actually we closed down the balances there, and then we created opening balance entries in the new year, and we created balance sheet opening balances in that new entry. Most modern accounting systems track balances in balance tables and manage that process without having to actually create a journal entry that you could print out as an actual journal entry that closed the year and an actual new year journal entry that opened the following year. X3 lets you choose whether or not you want to have a closing document. There are things that are impacted okay. Just want to make a comment about the setup menu here on this screen. Right after closing document, I'll do that. So the closing document in X3 is an option. If you use the closing document because you think it'd be really nice to see that fiscal year end, close down my balances, and then create a journal entry that opens the next year, those become documents in your system and journal entry documents that you have to post. And if you want to go back and reopen prior years, prior months, because you make adjustments, you have to deal with managing those two transactions that you finalized. And we all know, if you've worked in the X3 General Ledger, that once you make a journal entry final, there's no changing it unless you go into the back end and try to delete it. You could reverse it to undo it, right? But there's no real changing it. So I wouldn't go back and just turn this on if you're not using it. If you are using the closing document and you have it marked, you might consider turning it off. The real benefit here is if you want the audit trail. I had a discussion with Sarah just the other day, And in her company, they did use the closing document, and I think they liked it, and they were able to manage it just fine. So I think we're pointing out an option here where you don't have to use the closing document, but if you want to see one printed out, you could. Now, most of the time, these closing documents are very large. They have GL accounts with a whole slew of dimensions attached to them, and all those balances have to get closed out. So they're not always just small closing the account balances. Okay, so we had a question come in about the menu path. In the display on the page at the top is the title of the section we're in, and right below I have the word ledger, and there is a green menu path where you would browse from setup to organizational structure to ledgers to view this screen. Some versions of X3, instead of the word setup, they use the word parameter or parameters. So in your system, right below development, you would look for parameters and then organizational structure and then ledgers. Okay. So that's the ledger. So we've talked about account classes. We store balances on accounts, having the right classification set up to carry forward the balances at fiscal year end. Do we carry those balances forward by just the site or for all companies together? And do we create a closing document to move the balances from one year to the next? Now, if you only have one financial site, again, oftentimes the generation type doesn't really matter down there. So what's a company in X3? A company in X3 is kind of your enterprise level. It's a company grouping level. It controls the country that you're doing business in and some rules in the system that need to apply for that. So this screen is showing a highlighted section that if you're closing by company and you're having more than one site or just one site, the main site here defines the site the balances are being applied to during the closing process. I just want to point out that that's where the balances get processed against on the default site because they have to get put into the general ledger. But there is some processes there that deal with the fact that they're coming from other sites and they are being rolled up. So it's a closing document there that closes the year as the main site. The opening balances for the next year still go through for each individual site. This is just the closing out of the balances for the fiscal year that you're ending that would default to just the one main site there. Okay, see if we have any questions. These next few screens are typically always set up, but they are part of what you see when you actually go to the fiscal year-end close screen. In the fiscal year-end close screen, you're going to be asked what's your journal code and what's your document and that type of thing. So we're going to go through just what those locations are where the documents are set up in case you need to look at them, but they should be ready to go. We've been talking about a closing document. If you are using a closing document on your year-end as set up in the ledger, then this is the document control that will be applied. It's going to create a new PR document. It's important because in the bottom right corner you'll see the period there has a box called the carry forward. And that in the very bottom right corner, that control is telling us this is for moving balances from one year to the next. So most journal entries that we put in the system manually, we create entry types GENAJ. The system's creating a NEWPR. So if you go looking for your closing documents, you would want to look for NEWPR. This is a general ledger journal document type. If NEPR doesn't exist, then you will get an error even if you aren't using a closing document. So we want to make sure that the next couple screens I show you related to the closing document and some other items, they're all using the code new PR in my demonstration here. And that's what's used on the newer versions. If you're on an older version of X3, you might have a different code that's used. However, you should be able to find out what the code is by browsing the title or description of the document. It might say new period. The document type screen was pretty large, so I've broken it out into two slides. On the last screen was the top half, and on this screen is the bottom half. What's interesting to note on this screen, we saw on the last one the period was called balance forward. Here in the document type, this authorization list on the left side, the grid, the only thing it's authorized for is carrying balances forward to the next year. It's not authorized for regular journal entries, sales, purchasing, or any other type of journal transaction, only carrying balances forward. Okay, so just like we needed a document type in order to close the year, it still looks for that to make sure it would have it if it needs it. It also looks for the journal code that gets assigned. So when you close the year, it wants to have a document type called new PR and a journal code called new PR, so it can create a journal entry if it needs to, if you are configured for it. So this is the journal code. Notice the section on the tab in the bottom that says identification. It's a journal code for balance forward. It's not for regular entries. And if you're in an older system, it may not be new PR, it might be something else. Okay. So if the system's going to create a document type, it also needs to make sure it can number it. So the sequence number definition screen has a new PR sequence number in it. And it was assigned to the document that we looked at in the document type screen a few slides ago. So we have a document type for the GL, a journal code for the GL, and a sequence number that goes on the document type. They should all be in there. If you end up deciding to using closing documents and you are wanting to go in there and have them numbered by site because that's how you do your other journal entries, you can modify or update the sequence number definition. In the definition level, you could choose site instead of folder. Okay, so that's the review of the setup. We're going to just take a look for questions real quick and see if there are any questions. Okay. For those of you on an older version, there was some questions. Looks like Sarah's taking care of them. If you do have those, please send them into the box and she'll look up and see if she can find what your screen is called. Most of the screens are always in the same location in X3 between the versions. So if we say that there's something in the setup menus, if your system doesn't have a setup menu section, it would be parameters. But after that, most things should be the same. So year-end processing. We've completed a review of some of the setup items that affect it. Now let's talk about how we go through the process of closing X3. This is where we're going to start presenting some checklists. Recently, I was working with a customer. We put the checklist into Excel, and we're going to be using that kind of framework today. But you could put your checklists in Word. You could put them in people's calendars. But what we wanted to do is kind of put together a review of what the tasks are. So as I was working on this with them, kind of went back and thought about the process. You know, one of the things that we need to do first when we're closing the period, get all your data entry in. Part of getting data entry in, you have to run some reports. Make sure you completely entered all the data. Does it look reasonable? Is it accurate? Is it hitting the right GL accounts? Once data is in, and most of the time as we enter data, we post it. However, once someone says all the data is in, it's still important to go back and make sure we run a validation process to post that data, or check to make sure it's all posted. In the closing phases, then, I've ordered data entry and reporting, making sure all the data entry is kept up to date, getting the data posted, and then we would go through and look at unique functions in the different modules, talk about some possible review steps, and then finalizing what's in the general ledger, or finalizing what's in the module. And then lastly, do your GL reports and do your close. So you can take a look at my descriptions here. I think it's kind of a nice order. Sometimes we would always is processed in the system or processed with other systems that integrate X3. So we're presenting the suggested checklist today. It's always important to make, you might have a process where you do data entry reporting, post data functions, and then you need to go do some more data entry. There might be a reason for that. So your system would need to be configured if you had something that affected it like that. But this is definitely just a recommended one. Just checking my time here. All right, so we're going to move into the year-end checklist. This is a summary view of the checklist that I put together. And using the closing phases on the left, I've put the modules across the columns. And we're going to take a look at each one. If you look at the data entry portion across the rows, it's really about getting the work in and reporting or doing requesters against that work. In your implementation, I would not know any custom reports that you have or custom queries that you have, but this is a good spot to put them in. If it's something somebody runs every day or something that somebody would reconcile to every week, this would be something to put in this section. Data postings below, we've got some items in there about running the validations. Then we have a few functions in the different modules that you can work with. And then we have some review steps that are suggested or things that need to be reviewed. And then the finalizing and closing of each different area. So we're going to move and walk through a screen for sales. Then we're going to walk through a screen for purchasing, one for stock and manufacturing, and one for finance. Here is sales. The second time you look at something, I apologize for any typos here. I just noticed one off the top there, but we'll fix them in the document. So let's look at data entry reporting. We've got, in this checklist screen, we have the application or module that it's in. For what we want to accomplish with the sales module, most everything is in sales. And we would first do orders. And then I have a column for the owner, sales, the function, and then the menu path, and then some comments. So what I've tried to do is provide you where in the system you might find this menu screen. We know versions are a little different, but most are the same. And we've also provided some suggestions on queries. And I'm seeing that I have my invoices and returns on there. I have a copy problem, so I'll fix that in the Word document and get a copy updated to everyone. and I'll fix it in the slide. Okay, so our transactions do our orders, delivery shipments, invoices, credit memos, returns. So for every module, every checklist, we're going to start off with that. We're going to put the function, then we're going to assign an owner. So in your organization, for each of these steps, it's best to say who's the owner. If I have 5 people putting invoices in, I still want one owner who's going to take responsibility, or maybe 2 owners if they have different business divisions or something like that, but someone to take responsibility to tell me when it's complete. So after data entry is done, we have put in a few different reports and queries on here to help with the sales process. For those companies with the sales modules, we might consider running the query NAVEN039, which is shipments not invoiced. If you're on a newer version of X3, it might just be called VEN039. So I usually search for the last 3 numbers when I'm searching for a query. Returns that need a credit memo, deliveries not validated, and then a monthly sales ledger report. So put together your list using these suggestions, assign it to different team members, and then figure out what's the right point in time to put this on the calendar. If some companies try to close in 5 or 6 days, you know, we always know the closing weeks are really hard. There's a lot of activity going on, and we want to make sure people know what the expectation is, have all the invoices entered, have this monthly sales ledger done by Friday. Most companies already do that. We put them in the checklist here. We think it's a great place to stick it so that everybody can communicate. So in the closing checklist, do your data entry and then post all your data. In sales, I didn't have any common use functions to put in here for this module, but I did have some review steps. Review open sales quotes and review open sales orders. There are several different reports in the system that can be used, and there are several different queries. Depending on how you manage your orders or quotes in your system, including whether or not you process back orders, there may be a certain report that applies to you. So I've just made a note to find the right report. You can always contact our help desk or reach out to one of our X3 consultants. And in the finalizing thing, it's a good time at month end or year end to close obsolete orders. I know at year end a lot of times companies are saying, hey, we've got all of these old quotes, we're not doing anything with them, we want to cancel them. We've got orders that we didn't fulfill, you know, for the past 12 months and they're not going to be filled, and we just need to close them. So what I noted in here was just the standard go to the sales order screen and manage them one by one. If you need a different type of mass process or batch process, you can reach out to us to talk about which option the system might work for you. There's a few different ways that we've done it before and different functions we've used. But that's something you might consider doing, you know, make sales go through and clean up their sales orders. I don't see any hands raised on this one. I do see Sarah taking care of questions. All right. Next screen is purchasing. In the purchasing module, same process, data entry steps on the top. Go through your orders, receipts, invoices, and then run the appropriate reports and queries. Returns that need a credit memo is a query that I put on here. For data postings, processing the purchase invoice and credit memo validations would apply to purchasing. Then the purchasing module has a unique control account called receipts not invoiced. We're going to talk about that a little later and about how that account, how we reconcile it in X3 can be used to help you reconcile other things. So I highlighted those 2 in yellow just because we're going to talk a little more in depth about what that is today. But the RNI matching is a function in X3, and the RNI reconciliation is a process where you run a report. And then, of course, we would say after doing any other validations, maybe one more time, check our purchase invoice validation. In review steps, purchase orders, purchase requests, and then again close obsolete orders. So review is to make sure all of our open items are still good and need to be processed, and then close anything that we are canceling and not going to order. Inventory and manufacturing. On the data entry and reporting section for inventory manufacturing, we would have multiple types of stock entries, multiple types of cycle counts, whether they're daily or a month-end cycle count. So for inventory itself, outside of the transactions that are pushed to inventory from sales and purchasing or manufacturing, we would want to make sure that the stock entries are completed and updated. There might be other things that your organization would need in this section as far as maybe managing different status levels applied to different products. So depending on what features in X3 you use, this section in the data entry and reporting could grow, because this is really where we're trying to manage everything of the information and close it out. So the list might just be a little bit larger, making sure we've covered all those different steps. I've left it very generic in this checklist just to point out all of your site entries and all your cycle counts need to be put in. The WIP lines in here are the manufacturing lines. So for companies using the manufacturing module, you'd want to have production tracking completed. There may be indirect references as non-production entries that relate to putting in labor time, and then completing all the work orders, and then closing and costing the work orders. There are a couple different ways to cost the work orders in X3, like 2 different processes. I've kind of got them both in here. On the top section there, I have the WIP closed and costed that's relating to, hey, I'm closing a work order because I completed a work order, and I'm costing it at the same time. In the data posting section, there's WIP cost finalization. That is the way that somebody could go through and do multiple or individual work orders and finalize the cost on them after they've already been closed. So during training, your implementation team should have worked with you on what's the best way to complete some of these steps. In data postings, then I put 3 things in there. One, the WIP cost finalization we just talked about. That's creating the cost of what you've produced, and the in-process posting is pushing those costs to the general ledger. The stock accounting interface in that data posting section is taking all the inventory activity that's been generated through the stock module and pushing it to the general ledger. So again, data postings are completing the steps, and in this case, it's very important to complete those postings because they push the information to the general ledger. Functions. Stock and manufacturing, we have physical counts. Notice I put the stock accounting interface again after the physical count, because if you make stock adjustments, you need to post adjustments to the GL. So sometimes we have these functions on here more than once. You may choose to reorder this so that you wait till the very end to do your stock accounting interface. I think the challenge, though, is when you have these functions like stock accounting interface, which moves your debits and credits from inventory over to the GL, you need to be able to see what's happening in the GL before you get to the very end of all your work. So most companies do run those stock accounting interfaces every day. If you do them every day, then in here they're referenced to make sure they're ran before you say you would close the module. The other functions in there is a stock inventory valuation report, and there is a WIP valuation report. Those are for balancing and reconciling your control accounts on the balance sheet, which are inventory and WIP, to what's in the stock quantity and on-hand value, and what's in the WIP in process for manufacturing. Again, owners are assigned, functions are there, and the menu paths are put in. I'll send an update out with some of the things I've noticed I need to correct, and get a copy of that to everybody. All right. Don't see any hands raised. I see Sarah answering questions. We'll move on to the last year-end checklist here. This is the financial one. In the financial one, we have a combination of accounts payable, accounts receivable, and general ledger transactions, all in this checklist. In the first top for data entry, it's really around putting in your customer and supplier invoices and processing them. In here, we would also assume that you're putting in adjustments such as credits to the supplier or customer accounts. So it started off earlier, we talked about you always want to make sure you have your team put in the documents that feed other documents or documents required to process other document transactions. So below invoicing, we've put cash receipts and AP payments. And then after that, we've said do your daily period journal entries. Now, we would never close if we did everything in a linear process. So in each of these checklists, the order doesn't mean linear, but oftentimes it's suggested certain ones would be completed before other ones. You need to think the process through and decide if anything between the set of transactions you look at, such as here in data entry reporting, do I need to reorder this around? Do I need to put maybe my cash receipts at the very bottom below my daily journal period entries? We try to put them in what we consider a standard suggested order, but again, think in your system if you need to change the order. So data entry reporting, next section on financials, post data. I have bank posting, I have customer invoice validation, supplier invoice validation, doing the data journal entries by posting them, opening them up, and flipping the flag, doing reversals from the prior period, and doing recurring entries. So there are batch processes in the system. When we look at some of these menu paths that I've put in here, sometimes I have put in a batch process. So we'll take a little look at a few things on this screen. If you look at the post data section in the middle, the second line, customer BP invoice validation, has a menu path to the AP AR accounting, invoicing, and validate customer BP invoice. That is a batch process to post customer invoices all together. Sometimes I've not put a batch process, but there may be a batch process that you need to use. So if we look at some of the other items in here, like daily period journal entries, I've given you the journal entry screen. But further down, if you go to the finalization and closing section at the very bottom and look at the first row called journal finalizations, that's the batch process. You may choose that you want to use that batch process also up in the post data section, replacing that line daily period journal entries. Instead of going to the screen and one by one posting your journal entries, you may want to use the batch process up there. I try to not put that in this section because if I have a team of 3 or 4 team members working on their journal entries, I'm kind of saying make sure your journal entries are posted here in the post data section. Make sure you've gone in and whatever you've entered, make sure you've finalized it. If you finalize a journal entry, it's complete. So I didn't want to do the batch process until the very bottom section down there called journal finalizations. As a basic suggestion, these things are ordered and put in here just from a management process. You think, well, in the post data section, we're not ready for everything to be validated. So the last thing we need is somebody going into that final validation process, clicking the box and finalizing everybody's entry in the whole system. And then these team members that I work with can't edit their transactions and their journal entries anymore and complete them because I just finalized everything. So as I've implemented X3, with some customers, they would say nobody can finalize, nobody can get to that batch process down there called final validation and do the whole system. So we've tried to suggest the order, encourage you to make sure you look at your own. So as we complete talking about post data section there, the bottom two, reversals and recurring entries, those are requirements, and those are things that are checked in the system. And we're going to talk about the pre-closing report. A little bit further down on our checklist is the pre-closing report. We have a slide for it later on. So there are certain types of transaction validations that are done when the system tries to close December or your last fiscal month in the year, last month in the fiscal year, and close the year. So reversals, recurring entries, journal entries, every invoice being validated, all these things in the post data sections are oftentimes checked by the system. And we'll go through what those checks are. So I put a section down here called month-end entry and functions instead of just calling it functions. What I was trying to do is distinguish the fact that maybe as I've gone through all my normal data entry and posted it, now I need to do some other entry transactions, like allocations. I need to collect everything for the whole month, and then I can allocate my expenses, or then I can reallocate, reclass my revenue. So I would want to put these things, month-end entry and functions together. The R&I, I'm sorry, the accrual, receipts not invoiced, that's an expense accrual we're going to talk about a little bit later on. You may have monthly allocations to your bank rec, and then a function, say, open the next period. Why have I put it here? I didn't necessarily have a good spot for it, but you can manage future periods being open in your system. So I wanted to put that somewhere and say, hey, at some point you need to open up the next month if you have not done so. And we'll talk about how to open and close periods a little bit later on in the processes for closing the year. So I hope these checklists are good for everybody. In the bottom section down there, the finalization, closing, and the review steps, I've got things in there we're going to talk about a little bit more. So we're kind of going to go through that, the review steps, the receipts not invoiced expense, and the finalization and closing section there in the bottom. We're going to go through those actual on the slide, show you the steps and the sample print screens of what's happening in those orders. So we'll get to those things in just a little bit. I think Sarah's got the questions taken care of. So these are the checklists. So what I want to do is I've given you the Word document, and I'm going to now set up the spreadsheet so you can download the spreadsheet. That has the checklist, spelling mistakes and all. Finding it here. There it is. I believe that's it there. And double check that's loaded for everybody. You should see another handout available now, year-end checklist. And that is those print screens that we just went through. Next, we're going to walk through year-end functions and closing. After we've completed that, we'll do a quick Q&A session. All right, year-end processing. There's a function in X3 called invoices receivable. The name is odd because it's a general ledger function, but really it's about what I have yet to invoice that I haven't received, and they just call it invoice receivable. If you don't use this function, you might consider taking a look at it if you have the purchase order module. This function will calculate an expense accrual for purchase receipts of non-managed or direct expense receipts that you have not invoiced yet in AP. So if I've received some computer desks that I bought for the office in December, and they were $5,000, and I haven't got the supplier invoice yet, I can receive and expense those computer desks in December by running this process. X3 would look at the price on the purchase order to use as the dollar amount for the expense accrual. So maybe once the final bill came in, it was $5,100. But hey, I can still accrue the expense of $5,000 if the prices are correct on the PO and I've received it. This function will debit the expense account on the PO, credit receipt not invoice, and then it will reverse the entry. It doesn't credit accounts payable because that's a controlled account and we won't credit that. So requirements to use this feature in X3 would be using product records. If purchase orders are entered for product records that are marked as non-managed, which are items, so if a managed item would be inventory, something we put as an asset on the balance sheet. Non-managed are items that we don't put as an inventory and we debit an expense or some other account. So two things on the product record: it needs to be non-managed, and we recommend that the received product checkbox is flagged. The reason that should be flagged is to say I need to process a receipt on this before I can do my invoice. It's a control, and that way, if somebody's putting in product, they don't turn the checkbox on, you don't ever have to receive them, then you would lose the opportunity to the expense accrual if you're not receiving them on a PO receipt. So product record must be set up. The supplier record has to have an accounting code with the R&I account set up on it. If you have the purchase order module, that should already exist. This expense accrual process will look at the GL account number on the PO line and debit the expense accrual into the general ledger. The dollar amount it is applied is the unit price on the PO line, calculated by quantity received less quantity invoiced. So this way X3 says, hey, if you have a computer and you had 5 computers purchased at $100 a piece, they're really cheap, that would be $500. If I've been invoiced for 2 of them, they've already been expensed, but the other 3 I need to run an accrual against. So 5 received minus 3 invoiced would be 2 times my $100 unit price, and that's the amount it would accrue. The receipt date is analyzed for the accrual process. So when your people are putting in PO receipts, it's important that they put in the right receipt date. If you have a team that's always back entering information, they're going to need to make sure they're back entering information correctly, because the receipt date says I received it in December of 2015 and it's a date in that month, then that's the month the expense accrual will happen if an expense accrual is calculated. So the setup is the product number of the supplier. The process is it looks at POs, what's received on them that has not been invoiced, use the price on the PO, and the receipt date to apply the month. There are 2 queries that you can use in the system. One that will show you, here are some PO receipts that I have not invoiced. Here are the lines on PO receipts with the dollar value that have not been invoiced. These 2 queries support the process to report on and look at what should be accrued at month-end expense. This is a sample of the first query, receipts not invoiced. This is to tell you these receipts are not or could be partially invoiced. It would list each receipt during the month, the supplier, and whether or not any invoicing has happened. It's more or less a summary header level type query. This one is the receipt lines. It's going to look and find each line number on all the receipts, the price from the PO, and the quantity yet to be received. You could use this one, export it to Excel or on screen to double check the information that was calculated in your month-end expense accrual. I clicked the button there. Let's see here. Make sure the screen looks right. Okay. On this next slide, we're presenting the actual function called invoices receivable that would create the month-end expense accrual. It's really important to make sure this screen is configured correctly before you click the OK button. On this screen, you can choose which company or site, and in the middle of the screen is a red star, until. And here we have 12/31/15. This until is look for all receipts through the month end of December. So you want to run this at the end of every month, looking for receipts not invoiced through the month of 12/31. In the bottom half of the screen is very important controls. On the first left column, generation type says active simulation, inactive simulation, or actual. If you've been creating and using other utilities to generate journal entries, you'll see these boxes are common to almost all those screens. What kind of document am I making? An actual journal entry with a temporary or final status? The next column is called entry status. And what's the journal document type and journal code? On here, my generation type says actual, and my entry type box below that and journal both say general journal simulation. So when I made this print screen, I didn't change my entry types. But you want to make sure you fill out all these correctly. So if I'm doing an actual, the entry type, when we ever do a journal entry, is GENAJ. And then the journal code could be GENAJ, or it could be expense M for expense accrual or expense at month end. You could have your own journal code there for tracking. So I want to make sure the generation type's set up correctly. If you're doing actual, we always recommend that you have temporary. That way you can delete it or edit it if you have problems with the journal entry that's created. So besides making sure the controls are right for creating the month-end expense accrual journal entry, we also must check the box in the middle on the right side, products to be processed. In our webinar today, we're only talking about the effect of using direct expense items, products that are not managed as inventory items. If you choose to do any other option in here, such as the products managed in stock, and include that, you could run into problems because it's not really designed for what we would use it for here in the U.S. So, recommend.
Chris,
yes.
Your screen's not changing. You're still showing the ACH 040 receipts lines not invoiced.
Oh, thank you. Is that better?
That's better.
Okay. My apologies. I actually have a viewing screen over here so I could check that it's changing for everyone, and I didn't catch it. Thank you, Sarah. So we've been doing that for a few minutes. Okay. So I'll just repeat a little bit here, since you all have the chance now to see the screen. Again, in the top, you fill out your company and site, and there's that until with a star. That's saying through this month end, I'm looking for the accrual. The generation section in the bottom left, actual or active, temporary or final. Very important to make sure these are set up right, including the entry type and journal. And I was just kind of going over the products not managed there. We are doing direct expense items that are not inventory, so make sure you choose products not managed. Then in the very bottom you have, I want the accrual of the expense to enter on 12/31/15. And of course the reversal date should be January 1/16, not February. But the reversal date is there as well. So this is the financial invoice expense accrual, which is very beneficial for those people who use PO and want to do an expense accrual at month end. Right here. When you run the accrual, here's a version 6 screen. This is a sample accrual that I pulled off of some old training documents. And you can look down there, it's an invoice to receive, created a general ledger document for a specific receipt on the supplier Sherwin-Williams. So in this log, if you're looking at the row numbers 23 to 30, you can see it found a receipt for a product. The product's called GEN, and it's $500. This was done for the month of May, so it's a part of the typical month-end process in the training company, and it was dated May 31st to reverse on June 1st. So that's the log. This is the sample journal entry creating the accrual, and this is a version 6 screen again. It created it as a general ledger entry, temporary status, and the source document is the accrual, S2312. That's an accrual on the supplier. So it gives it that description and then puts in a credit to the accrual R&I account and then a debit to the expense 70900. The reversal is also generated on the next screen. The June 1st reversal reflects the fact that it's reversing the prior document and brings the entry back out. So when the invoice does come in from the supplier, you apply and post that to the GL to collect. So if you have a receipt in December and you accrue it at the end of the month, and the end of January comes and you still have not gotten the supplier invoice, it will not reaccrue. It only accrues because the receipt date occurred in December. It's not accruing R&I, it's only accruing receipts in the period against the R&I account. So, let's see here. Okay. So that's the expense accrual. I've seen a few questions come in, but mostly because my screen wasn't changing. So I think we're pretty good. There are a few other questions in there about inventory and expenses that Sarah is answering for everyone. If you do have a question, please send it through the box. Now we're going to move on to year-end reconciliations. So in our year-end closing process, one of the things that we do is reconcile many different types of accounts. Oftentimes I'm talking with the customer and they're saying, yeah, well, we're working on that in a spreadsheet. Sometimes there is no choice to work on something but in a spreadsheet. But you know, I'll hear where we dump our bank recs to Excel, we dump our freight expense to Excel, we dump our sales revenue to Excel. So we do live a lot in Excel, and being that we're covering Nactari today, you might look at Nactari as an option to getting some of those reports put together for manual reconciliations. However, we want to show you this R&I talking points in this workshop today, because the R&I reconciliation is sort of a template model of using a feature in X3 called matching. What matching is taking information in your GL account and being able to say the in and the out can be tied together to complete a transaction that balances to zero. So just like the AP and AR account manage balances on the invoices and credit memos and cash payments and receipts that go through a supplier or customer, we can take an account like the R&I account is one of them, where you say, I still need to be able to take a look at something and match it. So for an example, let's go through the R&I, the features that control and work with the R&I process. For those of you who have POs, these are things that are part of the R&I process in X3. So in this workshop, we're going to go over the concept of R&I and then give you an example of how you might think of this process helping you with other reconciliation steps. So the R&I account is a liability clearing account, represents the value of inventory that has been received but not yet invoiced. So as raw materials and products come in the door, finished goods, that things we're going to sell and ship back out or produce and manufacture with, we are tracking the increase in inventory, which is a debit, and an increase to our receipts of inventory, but yet supplier has not invoiced me. So at the end of the month, what we need to do is take a look at, say, is everything correct? Is everything matching? What have we missed? What has not been cleared off? So depending on your X3 version, you might have different reports or queries to help you reconcile the R&I account and look at the unmatched receipts. The report or query, based on your version, will display dollars you can use to reconcile your R&I account. So if you're on a version 6, patch 15 and below, there is an R&I report. Around 15 and 16 and above, there are R&I queries. If you have not been using the R&I matching function, queries and reports to reconcile your purchase order receiving of inventory in your R&I, which is also, by the way, called purchases clearing to some of us. We call it purchases clearing or receipts on invoice. Don't just go turn the features on. There are several steps and things that need to be done to implement R&I reconciliation in your system. So if you've been doing it outside the system, doing it in Excel or not doing it at all, and you'd like to start, we'll want to schedule a call with our help desk or consultant to help you go through a document that will list out the steps to implement that feature. So with R&I, we're trying to get the system to help us track. I've ordered this product and received it, but I haven't invoiced it, so I have an accrual of a liability, and I need to make sure that that accrual in my balance sheet liability account, called the R&I, or purchases clearing, truly represents what's sitting over on my open purchase order receipts not invoice report or query. So the system has two ways of matching in here. So what happens is we have a receipt in without an invoice. When the invoice comes in, the invoice gets matched and says, I am the invoice for that product that you received. So the system can use automatic matching to do that for you. It's still a process the user has to turn on, set the criteria, and run it, but they don't have to click one by one, find every receipt and every invoice and match them up. The system can do it with automatic matching. You just have to run it. Then we can do it through manual matching, which would be one by one. I open up a supplier, I list out all the receipts and invoices that have hit purchases clearing for the supplier, and I go check them off. And we have all probably been trained on manual matching. It's a screen where you find one document, you checkbox, find the other document, you checkbox, and then you click match. So you find the invoice, find the receipt, and match. So there's two ways to match this. Our goal for this workshop is to be talking about this R&I reconciliation process and what controls are used in the system to do that, so that we can present maybe a sample of how, if you have manual reconciliations, X3 has tools to support them, maybe. Okay, so with R&I, just to review, we know what the account is. We know that we have to match receipts to invoices. X3 has reports and queries, and it has an automatic function that I can turn on, and it will match for me hundreds and thousands of receipts to hundreds and thousands of invoice lines, or I can manually do one by one. So what this works is there's a match checkbox on a GL account. So our R&I GL account has a box that's turned on that says, I'm an account where you can match transactions. You can match a debit and you can match a credit. And when they're matched, the balance between them, a $100 debit and a $100 credit value, would be then 0. And I would see, and I would think that I'm completely matched. So because that feature is turned on the GL account for matching, we can run the matching functions, automatic or manual, and then we can look at the results using our account inquiry screen. In the results in the account inquiry screen, I can choose matched or unmatched account transactions in the screen using the criteria button. So that lets me filter through and say, okay, what is not matched? What receipt does not have an invoice? And specifically, what receipt line, product, that I've debited a receipt for does not have a credit? So as we look through these features and think about this matching process, and I can open up a screen and say what's not matched, which would be my R&I reconciliation, I could kind of use these similar steps for other reconciliations. One of the most common ones that I get asked for is matching up the freight I charged to a customer to the freight I paid to a supplier. I want to make sure that every supplier freight bill I'm getting was on a customer invoice, the goal being put through. So with R&I having the option to turn a GL account as matchable, so in this case it could be our freight expense or our freight accrual account that we turn on as matchable, that we also post the supplier invoice to. And at the end of the month, what the balance remaining should be whatever customers I've charged freight to versus suppliers I haven't gotten an invoice yet, freight not invoiced from the supplier. So that's just an example of the R&I process. We don't really have the time to go through a full review of that with demos and everything on the screen, but we certainly have team members out there on the help desk or your X3 consultants who could do a better walkthrough with you as far as implementing this process or answering questions. If you have other applications of reconciliations, such as the freight account, maybe some other expense accounts, things that can be employee expenses that the employee pays that we got to cover, or maybe revenue accounts that you need to run a matching process against, please feel free to reach out to me, Sarah, or one of the other X3 consultants you work with to ask if turning matching on any of your GL accounts will help you with your month-end reconciliation. Again, any of the accounts can be turned on and the matching controls activated. So we did have a comment from Buddy. Sarah, do you want to talk about the difference between matching and collective? I know that question came in.
Sure.
Okay.
So when your collective is checked on your GL account, so your main two is going to be your AR and AP. So whenever there is a transaction or even journalizing into those accounts through your general journal entry screen, you're going to have a BP defined for that. And as for the matching is really just matching your transactions together. So whether you have a invoice and a payment or even a credit sitting on that GL account and you want to match those transactions together. So they're two different things. Just keep in mind the collective account option is definitely going to be you have to have a BP assigned to those type of transactions or journal entries. And then the matching is you going based off of those collective accounts, you're matching the transactions within that BP level.
So for my example on the freight account, I can have matching turned on without it being a collective account.
Correct. Sorry, yep. I misstated that.
oh, did you? Okay. So,
yeah.
So the collective control, as Sarah said, is making sure that you cannot post a transaction into an account without saying who it belonged to. Who is my trading partner, sales rep, customer, or supplier? The matching function is an addition or separate from that. So in a collective account such as AP, and Sarah said you're going to match everything on all your suppliers, so you have to post it into the AP account and say who it's for, and then you can also match those transactions. The R&I account and maybe a freight expense or freight accrual account would never be turned on as a collective account, not normally, to do the matching function. However, sometimes we've done it for specific reasons just to make sure there's an extra layer of control that says who was this for when the freight was posted, whether it was a supplier or customer. So there's a lot of features and options and different ways to use the options together. But for just doing the reconciliation at month end, like Sarah said, we can turn on the matching without making them control accounts. It is recommended, do not, well, I think you can turn on control box, but don't turn on the control box, or the collective box. I should call it collective account. Don't turn on that collective checkbox on any of your accounts without making sure you know what you're going to do. But the matching one, you can turn that on. You'll see that on one of the tabs. It's the second tab, I think, matchable. It's called the matchable checkbox. If you turn it on, it doesn't hurt anything at all. It just says, oh, you have the ability to match things in this account. You never have to match anything if you don't want to. You can match some things and match nothing else. So the matching is just really a feature you can activate on an account. Doesn't badly affect the system at all. It just lets you have the feature to match things. So for reconciliations, think about those items in there, and anything that might help you get out of doing everything in Excel manually. Next up, close and manage periods. There is a feature called fiscal periods in X3, and it contains a list of all the periods in a fiscal year. So on the sample, we're looking at the calendar year 2014 in our demo data, and there is a row for each period. On each row is a period start and end, the status of the period, and a stock status of the period. The two columns for period status will identify if a period is open, closed, or not open. So the period status, if I go back to this prior screen, let's say I'm working in January and I want to have all my future periods closed. If all my future periods were closed on row 2 through 12, the period status column would say not open. Not open means you've not activated that period so you can post anything to it. But once you activate a period and you make it open so you can post transactions to it, the only other option you have at that point going forward is to close the period. You cannot deactivate the period. Once it's activated, it is open. So in the period status column, to open a period and change and make it active, you would click the opening button in the right panel. You can open one period or multiple periods up to a maximum of 20. Now, I honestly think that 20 limit that I pulled out of the knowledge base is wrong, because I've got like 5 years open, and that's like 60 periods in the new version. However, I've put the limit in here so that those of you on older versions would know there is a limit to how many future periods you can have open. And honestly, I mean, 20 periods open is almost 2 years. Some of you have probably run into the problem where, oh, I've got problems, I can't open a month because I haven't closed the last fiscal 3 years. I've left them open, and I've gone past the maximum of periods open. So the newer versions don't have that limitation. They can open a lot of periods, but we do recommend staying on top of closing every month and trying to manage the process of activating the new period. So I'm going to flip back to the screen one more time because there's some questions coming in. I want to point out, if it's a not open period, means it's not activated, you want to open it, you click the opening button on the right panel. For those of you on the older versions, it's an opening button on the bottom of your screen. If you want to close the period status, you would click the closing button, either on the right panel, as shown on the screen, or for those of you on older versions, in the bottom of your screen. Now that's the period status. That is posting activity and transactions to the account balances. X3 maintains a separate stock status. And I see some questions coming in, and I think Sarah and I will be looking at those. I want to get through this few comments here in the webinar, and then we'll make sure we're answering your questions for you. So the stock status. This column specifies if the period is open to any stock movement. So what happens at month end or year end? We complete all of our transactions in our checklists. We have all of our in and outs posted for inventory, and then we do a physical count. Well, I want to close the period. I want to stop everybody from shipping, receiving, or moving any inventory. We're done with that. Close the period. But I still need to be able to put in a physical count and adjust the balances of inventory. So they've kept this separate status box. It's a drop-down box. The stock status column, if you notice, has a little gray arrow. It's a drop-down box. You can drop down and choose either open, meaning you can post anything that you want, or balance adjustment. The period is open to stock adjustment transactions, such as physical inventory or miscellaneous adjustments. Or closed. The period is closed to all stock adjustments. So we all understand what closed means there, but sometimes it's a little confusing between open and balance adjustments. Open means that you can post from sales and purchasing and manufacturing as well as inventory against your products. Balance adjustments means you can only post transactions in the stock module, miscellaneous, or physical counts. Okay. I did note the opening and closing buttons earlier. This slide presents and talks about use the opening button to activate a future period, use the closing button to close a period. Stock status has a drop down. Here are the steps that if you want to close the last period of a year. So before we move to those steps, let's take a look at what we have. Sarah seems to be answering. Are we good on our questions, Sarah?
Yeah, we're good.
Anything to share? I don't know that anything needs to be.
I don't believe so.
Okay, great. So closing periods, using the closing button in the screen, January to November on a calendar fiscal year, all close and they're done. If you're closing the last period of the year, it's important to make sure that you have all users log out of X3 as the first step. And here's why. When you close the last period of a year, the system's like, hey, this is the last period, meaning when we close this December month, we're closing the year. All the periods are done. So the system wants to do some extra checks, extra procedural validations to make sure nothing was missed for some reason. It's the last chance because next thing we're doing, we're finalizing balances and closing the year. So these steps even often are very similar to the same steps when you close the year. And they get executed when you run closing the last period. All right. So let's see. So those steps are in here for closing the period. If you're in the screen with the periods, it'll ask you that. So here's the checks performed when you close the last period. For closing the last period of a fiscal year, a warning message alerts you that it's the last period. Here's what X3 checks. First, it's going to look at the general ledger and see if it's balanced. That means the debits and credits for the full trial balance of the general ledger tie out. Next, it's going to check, have we completed the accruals and reversals for the month? Now, that one there is done even when you close a regular period. You cannot close any period in the year, whether or not the accruals and reversals, if the accruals and reversals haven't been completed, you can't close anything in the year, in any period, if all the transactions for the period aren't posted. So the first one is unique. The second one's all periods. Verify the analytical accounts is year end, and then verify depreciation has been generated. That's for every month. So we put it on here stating it's all the checks on the last period because 2 of them are unique, but the other 2 are done on every period. Here are some procedural notes. When you close a period, you're closing it for a specific financial site in a company, for a specific ledger in a year. Now, I put that in here because it's in the training manuals that Sage publishes. But what this really means is for every company that we have, which is a financial site, for every ledger balance that we have, all of us pretty much just have one. I don't know of any clients we work with that have more than one, unless they're using a global multi-currency legislation reporting consolidation system. So for most of us, we all have one ledger type. And you're going to see this kind of ledger discussion later on, but then for the fiscal year. So these other next things are important. You can close more than one period at a time. So if I've got all my months open in the year, and I go to that close button in the period screen, I can close January, February, March, April, May. I can just hit yes, 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 yes next to all of them. I don't recommend doing that. Here's why. One, it can take a little bit of time to close out all the transactions and verify the balances that we've noted in the above. So I would personally close each month. I would take the time to check January if I've not closed it yet and hit the closing button and just process January, because I'm going to get a little log. And the log is going to tell me anything that was out of place in the month. So I already said that it's going to check for reversals and accruals every month. It's also going to say, is there a transaction in January that somebody didn't post? Is there a transaction in January in the general ledger that's not finalized? If you're doing the whole year, you could get a huge report of a whole bunch of stuff, and it's 25, 30 pages long, and you're thinking, what do I do? So I recommend starting just 1 month at a time. Now, second option, so even though it says you can close more than one, I recommend doing 1 at a time. Then it says you must close all periods to close the year. Yes, we have to get January to December. All of them need to stay closed before I can close the year. After you close a month, remember you cannot create, modify, or delete your journal entries in that period. And the last item here, you cannot close a period in the fiscal periods function. However, you reopen a closed period in the fiscal year management function. I think I have something wrong on that last statement. It is you cannot reopen a period in the fiscal periods function, but you can reopen a closed period using fiscal management. So I need to correct that last statement there. We're going to show you the steps of closing and reopening a period. So here's the reopening the period. We already did the steps on close a few slides ago. So this is a function. If you've closed a month and you want to reopen it, you cannot reopen it in fiscal periods. Okay, so I'm going to flip back a few slides here. Hang tight. In this screen, you can close your periods using the closing button, but you cannot reopen them. So we flip down. There's the steps to close. Okay. If you want to reopen a period, you have to use this special window. It's a function in the general ledger under financial utilities. When the screen opens, you have to put in the company, and then you have to put in the ledger. Now, in the middle of the checkbox on both versions, you have to make sure the box is checked. Most of the time, people open this up, they put their company in, and they see the period open, which is always the last period that you closed. And they say, oh, great, that's nice, and they hit OK. You have to hit the checkbox in the yes or no column, and then it will reopen the period. All right, so year-end fiscal periods, talking about the closing, the statuses on the periods, and how to reopen a period if you've closed it. Next, we're going to go through year-end simulation and talk about how this feature helps you process reports while the prior fiscal year isn't open. I'm just going to check for questions real quick. All right, we're good on questions. So year-end simulation. Our help desk will get calls from clients who say, we're in 2016 and we're not seeing our balance sheet balances brought forward into our balance sheet or our trial balance report. And our help desk will walk them through using this utility to simulate closing the year and moving the balances forward into the next fiscal year so you can include them in your queries and your reports. So the year-end simulation is moving balances for the trial balance forward without actually closing or creating those closing documents that we talked about earlier. Once you've done the simulation, it will update balances. So the way I describe it to everyone is, you know how you can activate a future period, right? Fiscal years themselves have a status. You have to say, I have a calendar fiscal year 2015 or calendar fiscal year 2016, and those have statuses too that you need to have open. But X3 doesn't always start just pushing balances forward into future years. So we just completed 2015. So let's say I had 2015 as a year in my X3. And when I set up the system, I went ahead and I created balances in the system, I created years in the system for 2016, 17, 18, 19, 20, 21. I felt like we're going to use this system forever. I don't want to create fiscal years all the time, so I'm just creating 10 of them, and I created all the way out to 2025. Well, if X3, when you're processing in 2015, was always trying to push forward balances out into every fiscal year possible that you've opened up and created in the system, it would be doing a lot of extra posting to manage them. So even though you've opened 2016, X3 never really starts pushing balances into the next year until you activate that push of balances, and that's what this year-end simulation does. Year-end simulation says, oh yeah, we want to start moving these balances into the next year even though we're not closed. So it goes out and it checks the periods, it creates balances, records for 2016 on all your balance sheet accounts, and establishes a roll forward activation for all the accounts. So that's what it really does, in my opinion. If you talk to development engineers, they may say I'm wrong, but it completely makes sense to me. So we're going to stick with it. So you run the simulation when your previous year must remain open or isn't closed. By doing the simulation, your monthly statements and trial balances in the new year have the balances. And carry forward balances will maintain going forward until you actually close the year. So you only have to do it once. Sometimes I'll tell you, people have called into the help desk on some older versions, and they've said, you know, we ran that simulation, but now we've posted a whole bunch of cash receipts, and they're not showing in the next year. Run the simulation again. It's generally foolproof, but I have seen sometimes companies have had to run it more than once. Most oftentimes, though, you don't have to. So there are no journals created. That means that it's all about activating those balances in the next year and putting dollars forward and pretending we're closing the year and saying, let's report in the new year. So there's no real journal entry transactions created. If you don't run this, your account balances are not carried forward and they don't reflect in your trial balance report or your balance sheet account. 2 considerations. 1, you can close the year for one company or multi-company simultaneously. So when you're closing years, you can do that. But when you run the simulation, you can only run it for one company at a time in your X3 system. The second consideration, Sage says this: only one user should be logged in the system to run the simulation. You should treat this as seriously as you do processing the year end. When we close the year, we want to make sure everyone's out of the system. That way, the system can check everything and do all the adjustments it needs and does not have problems colliding with other people because they happen to access a record that the year-end process is trying to navigate through. So they say treat it the same. I've done it all the time with other users in the system. But I want to tell you the safe way is to follow what Sage says. So if you said, oh, I run the simulation, I don't make people log out, you know what? I've done it too. I just want to say in the webinar and workshop here, we want to support what Sage is saying so that, you know, we're following the safety guidelines. We're putting our safety goggles on and we're processing things in the order that they should be done. So that's the year-end simulation. Here's the steps to run it. Again, Sage says have everyone exit. Step 2, I don't do this either, but they say verify the accounting task is not running. That's because they say that this fiscal year-end or the year-end simulation goes over and turns off the accounting task and then turns it back on. Now, the reason they say verify it's not running is if you think about what happens in X3, and the accounting task monitor is a collection, a pool of all the journal entries that users have requested. So as users process transactions, it says, I've posted my invoice, I've posted my shipment, I've posted my payment. I need a journal entry in the general ledger. So it sends a request with the journal entry to the journal status monitor, which we also call the accounting tasks in the new version. And these things collect. So they're really telling us, go in there and see if there's a whole bunch of journal entries the system is still trying to create right now. If I've got a backlog of journal entries from the day, and there's 40, 50, 80, 100 journal entries that the system's trying to still create from today's work, I don't want to do the fiscal year-end simulation, or I don't want to do the fiscal year-end close until that's completed. So they're really trying to help you with the process of knowing, look, if there's something in that pool that's a balance that's for 2015, and you try to do your simulation and that journal entry in the pool didn't get created yet, that balance wouldn't have probably gone forward with it. So following the steps is great. I'm just going to tell you 1 and 2, I don't always do. What I typically do is I wait, you know, people are gone for the day, client calls me and they want help with this, I'll do it, you know, in the evening. 8 o'clock at night, they've all gone home for the day. It's been an hour, everything's probably done. I just go in and run the steps. But to be thorough, you might check your accounting tasks just to make sure all the journal entries are posted. The next 3 or 4 steps are important. In the ledger field, company field, and fiscal year field, you want to fill out the information. Okay. So you can run this several times as you want. Sometimes I tell clients, you know, yes, this is double checking the balances to carry them forward and make sure we activate that year to hold the balances. But let's say you're running board reports on Friday. You might want to run this first Thursday night, knowing all your transactions for the year are in, just to make sure all those balances are double checked by the system, just as they would be double checked if you performed a year-end close. Double check them with the simulation. That way on Friday you would have accurate numbers and no questions. Okay, so we've talked about the year-end simulation. And now, before we close, we could run the pre-closing verification report. A lot of us will go close a period or close the year, and we get a log. That gives us a list of all the things that were not complete. Sometimes we look at that log, and we can't read what it says, and we need to call help desk. Well, this report's put in the system to basically create that log, but they kind of added a few things in the descriptions to make it easier. I'm not saying it's 100% easier. Sometimes the descriptions are a little bit, you know, X3-like. Document, object, failure to do something, and you know, what does that really mean? But it's a better start. So you don't have to sit there at the end and wait till the end of the day at 8 o'clock at night when everybody's out to try to close the year. You can run this report during the day. You could look at it at noon and say, oh, well, I want to close tonight. Let me run the pre-closing verification report. Oh, that purchasing person didn't post all their invoices yet. I need to have them post those invoices and make sure they're correct before I go do my year end. Better to find that out at noon with this report than to wait to 8 p.m. when everybody's gone home and you've lost another day in the process. So the pre-closing verification report's in the system. It's called CLOPER. Here's some steps to how to find that report and run it. So with talking about managing periods, expense accruals, R&I reconciliation, we've kind of gone through some of the functions that we would want to process, some of the review steps that we'd want to complete. When we get down to the fact that we're ready to finalize in our checklist things that need to be checked off before we could hit close the year end. And the pre-closing report is to help us with that. So before we run through the year end, here's a summary list of things that you should consider to close the last period and close the year. First thing on the list is a parameter in X3. It's a date parameter. X3 has two date parameters, an STR-DAT and this one on the screen, an END-DAT. And those are date ranges. When you open up a sales report, you open up an account balance inquiry screen, it looks to these date parameters and puts in there 1/1/15 to 12/31/15. What they're saying, and this is because people get a warning message in the system if they don't change this parameter, but they don't tell you about the start date. This is to say, well, now I'm moving into the next year, I should extend my inquiry and my view of reports to include transactions through the next year end. So I want to make it 12/31/16 as the end date. So there's an STR-DAT and a 12/31. The knowledge base article is out there. I did not put steps in how to make changes to parameters. Parameters control a lot of things, and there's a lot of parameters in that screen. If you're not comfortable with the screen, please call the help desk, reach out to one of our consultants, and we can certainly help you with the steps to make sure you know how to change that parameter. So that's the first thing they put on here, and it's here because it creates a warning error. When you're in the next year, all the users get it. It's just a warning, and you just hit enter and you go on. But that's what it's saying. I have extended the view of my reports and queries to default to 12/31/16. Next option, the next fiscal year must be open in order to close this year. Well, I'm going to say the next fiscal year has to be open for us to do a year-end simulation. So by this point, that fiscal year should be open. I didn't show fiscal year open in here in the system. There's a screen called fiscal year right next to fiscal period, and it works just like the fiscal period screen. Find the year or click the year button to create a new one. If we have some time and somebody wants to see it, I can show the fiscal year screen. Next, all purchasing, sales, inventory, manufacturing transactions should be entered, and somebody should have run the accounting interface and the WIP cost and process posting function to move inventory, manufacturing, and all the distribution activity over to the GL from that module. You must have then validated all purchase, sales, AP, and AR invoices, and then do all your receipts and payments. These are the first 5 considerations. Again, these are things that should be in our checklists, right? These are things that were in the checklist as sample items for you to work with. These should be things in your checklist. So this is just pre-closing considerations listed one more time. Recurring journal entries, final validation for all the GL journals, and there's a special note in here in the middle of that final validation performed on all journals. Talks about simulation journals. Not many companies use them. Some do. Use them as data entry controls, meaning somebody can work on a simulation journal through the month, and that way it's not really affecting any balances in our system. And at the end of the month, once they're done working with that journal, because it's something they add to every week, then they make it an actual journal and it becomes live and affects balances. If you don't use simulation journals, they're helpful. There's 2 types of them. One is inactive, meaning you can just work on activity, and the other one is it's a simulation journal, and I could include it if I wanted to see the effect, even though it's not an actual posting yet. So those special notes are in there on those considerations for journal entries. Next, we have price updates for the next year. This has to do with being ready to process in the next year. So it wasn't in my checklist to do sales price updates for the next year, nor was it in my checklist to move inventory costs to the next year. For those people who use inventory and manufacturing and need standard costs, the prior year standard cost will stay in the system, or the prior last cost will stay in the system. But in some organizations, at year end is the time not only to review price updates, but to review the costs that need to be moved and prepared for the next year. Close all periods for the current fiscal year, and everybody should be out of X3. Again, one more note on the bottom about the pre-closing report. Now, I did not talk about budgets at all in any of these checklists. However, most people do a budget process at year end. I wanted to mention that at some point, and picking now to do it. We're going to talk a little bit about budget management in Nectari, right, as far as doing it for the next year. Budgets are different per company, and the requirements to manage budgets, whether it's the GL account plus certain dimensions, what dimension balances roll in budgets versus not. There are a few things to that, but we certainly don't want to ignore the fact that budgets are a part of our year-end process. Most companies either have a spreadsheet process, an Nectari process that you'll see today, or a manual maintenance process in X3 to do budgets, and some companies just keep their budgets out of X3. So I excluded the budgets from this workshop today, not because they're not important, but because the variations in how budgets are managed by companies are so specific. I felt if you need budget help, it makes sense for us to do a one-on-one conversation, or you can talk to our help desk. So budgets are probably your closing checklist. I would actually have them in here too, even though they're not on the screens today. All right, so we've gone through all of the content so far to get to this point in our seminar workshop. And now we're ready to close the year. It's 8 o'clock at night. Everybody's at home. I'm in my office, and I have Chris Diltz's phone number and Sarah's phone number on speed dial. I got her cell phone number, so I'm good to go, right? Everybody's set. You've got your X3 person on a leash, and I'm just kidding. So running the pre-closing report, good at noon, helps you out, makes you feel more comfortable by the time you get to that nighttime. Everybody's out. You can do this. There's only a few things to point out in closing the year. when you open up this function to close the year, the first 3 boxes should be set. And based upon what you put in the first 3 boxes, you get the following boxes filled out. The first column is the site or company. The second column is all ledgers. That defaults to yes. So when you fill in your first column for your financial site or company, remember if you choose site, it will say site there and you'll be picking a site, closing one site at a time. You'll tab to the all ledger box and you'll change that to no. It defaults to yes. It's very important to change that to no because there are not other ledgers generally to close, and you could run into issues with the system thinking it needs to find other balances that you don't have in the system. So X3 can manage multiple books. You know, in fixed assets, you have your operation book, your tax book, you have another book. In X3, you have lots of different books, even books in different currencies. Most of us all have one. So we're training you to make sure you change all ledgers to no, unless your SWK consultant that you work with has told you something different and it's unique to your company. So put company in, all ledgers to no. The ledger box should say legal. And then the fiscal year, 1/1/14, in our case now we'd be doing 1/1/16, that will default. Remember, that year has to be open. And then you'll tab to the document, the journal, and those should default to NEWPR for you. If they don't, type them in. If it errors when you type them in, that means one of those items we talked about in the beginning, the closing document, the closing journal, those controls aren't turned on or are not correct in your system, and you want to call the help desk. So you fill in the first 3 columns, then you have the document, journal, and then the closing document and journal should default to blank. Most always default to blank. The first row is filled in, and I would only do 1 row at a time. You could do, if you had 4 financial businesses and 4 financial entities, you could put 5 lines and try to close them all at once. Problem is, again, if there's a problem, or if the system has to do so much work that it takes hours and hours and hours to complete, I prefer doing 1 at a time. You mitigate any issues that you could have by either a large log or problems with so much trying to be processed at once. So 1 at a time, 1 row at a time, and this is what the screen should look like. Here's some reminders from Sage. All users should be out of X3. Again, these are things we've talked about before. Why? This is because the year-end process will shut down that journal status monitor, what we also call accounting tasks in the new version. It's called accounting tasks. So it shuts it down. Before you close a fiscal year, all periods must be closed. After you close a year, you can't post to it or any periods in it. If your X3 system creates a closing document, meaning you have that turned on in the ledger, there's 2 journals that you'll get. And again, I have a typo there. It should be new PR. The first one closes out the current fiscal year, enrolls the balance sheet accounts, and posts the net income loss to suspense. The second entry clears out the suspense and debits the retained earnings to close the journal. So those are closing documents, right, to close the year. I'm going to show you what they look like. But first, here's the steps on the fiscal year end screen. Fill out the steps. If you happen to go to close your fiscal year and your fiscal year is saying January 1/15, that means you didn't close 2014. Or no, yeah, you didn't close 2014. And it thinks that you're trying to close 2014, so it's telling you my next year is starting on January 1, 2015. You want to make sure that your new fiscal year is saying starting on day 1 of 2016, which would be 1/1/16. That means 2014 isn't closed, and you would need to close 2014. Okay, so let's go take a look at closing the year. If your X3 is set up to create closing documents, these are the closing documents you're going to get. And you notice they're dated on 1/1 of the next year. This one is closing out the balance sheet accounts and other accounts and hitting suspense account. I think it's a real small entry, and the accounts don't look very great there, but the idea is to see that everything rolls into the 999 suspense account, and then a separate document actually applies that to your retained earnings. So the first journal entry is calculating the final current earnings for the year and putting it in suspense. The second one takes it and puts it into retained earnings. Now, if you don't do closing documents, you don't see any journal entries like this in your system, and you don't get confused. The reason I say confused is it takes a little bit to understand what X3 does, and sometimes with its closing documents. And the journal entries are limited to so many lines. So if you have a lot of account balances in your income statement with a lot of dimensions attached to them that have to be netted to 0 so they don't roll forward, sometimes you see a lot of lines, and you might see multiple sets of these journal entries because it needs to create several to get all of the income statement accounts closed out. So I would prefer not having closing documents and let it do everything behind the scenes, and it just rolls balances. But I wanted to display them for those of you who do get them, or those of you who wondered what they look like. They're just 2 journal entries that show up in the system. Okay, so I think we're done about 7 minutes early. Our goal was to be finished around 11:15 and do a short question and answer section and break. Let me just check on our time here. If anybody wanted to ask a question about anything, you could raise your hand. We can unmute you. And while we're waiting to see if anybody has a question to raise their hand, we will just take a list check here to see if we missed any questions. If anybody thinks they're not seeing screen updates, please raise your hand. Nobody's raising their hands. Okay. Sarah, any questions not answered? Anything that you think was worthwhile saying? I noticed there was a couple things about people who do manual journal entries for year end.
I believe I got them all answered. I don't think anybody had any follow-up questions from my answers. If they do, please don't hesitate to either put it in the chat box or raise your hand right now. I don't see anything that's worth sharing. I think that it was kind of just individual questions according to their setup. So.
Right. Great. Well, we will move on to version 7 updates and above. Got the screen there. Give me, okay, so version 7. I'm going to attempt to do something here. Give me one moment. Okay. I'm going to ask a question and see if you guys can help me by telling me what versions you have. Version 5, version 6, 7, or 8. If yours isn't listed and you are on an older version prior to version 5, please choose I don't know. So far, 36% of us have voted, 45%. Just give it a few more moments to see how many are on version 6 versus version 7 and 8. So for those who are on version 7 or 8 already, I still think it might be nice for you to see what we're going to talk about. Probably some things that you might have been shown during the process of looking at the product. But I wanted to share these things with everyone so those of you who aren't on version 7 or 8, you can see what's coming. And for those of you who are on version 7 or 8, you can think about whether or not you're using these new features and how beneficial they are to you. Alrighty. Just gotta change my screen and we'll talk about these version 7 features. Sage started developing version 7 a few years back, about 3 or 4. All products go through cycles where they look at their technology, compare it to the market, determine how competitive they are, and they come up with a strategy to update their platform. With Sage X3, they decided to do a combination of creating a new platform that layers and integrates above the old platform. So what that means is the new version has a lot of the same functionality, and the screens look and have the same content, a little bit different in the layout of the desktop, but the same content, same features. But they're always adding new things. So we're going to talk about some of the new things they added in the new version. We're going to look at usability for users, some updates to the platform and mobile applications, Google Maps and the Office integration, a feature called financial tracking, enhancements to payment files. In addition, recurring invoices for the AP/AR, intercompany for AP/AR and the intercompany for GL, and then BP netting. For those of you who would like the PowerPoint, I have added that to the handout section, and it should be up there in about 20 seconds. You can download the PowerPoint. Just so everybody knows, I built the PowerPoint from the Word document, unless I put up the wrong Word document, but I did build the PowerPoint from the Word document and print screens from the spreadsheet of the year-end checklist. So the content should be pretty similar. All right. So usability, we're going to start off talking about the web orientation. Sage did have a web access point available for version 5, version 6. But it wasn't very nice. It didn't work across all browsers. So as they developed this new architectural layer in the system to improve their technology platform, they made their system browser agnostic. They also changed the layout to make it more modern, and they provided a lot of functionality in the technical layers of the architecture. A couple things we'll be pointing out today that are nice, but allow the system to scale and grow for the next generation of X3 releases. So first thing, this new version is popular, can be used with popular web browsers that are HTML5 compliant. So we've listed these web browsers. We want to make sure that the version of the web browser that you have is the version that is HTML5 compliant. Not all currently are, but most are expected to be. Now sometimes, even though you use a browser that's not HTML5 compliant, you could get the X3 to work, but it would not be supported, and there might be hiccups, funny errors, and things that happen. The entire new version of X3 is run in your web browsers through a URL, which means you can access it on your intranet inside your company network, or you could port open the firewall and have a secure SSL encrypted connection from outside the system, either through a VPN or just browsing on the web. To access the system, in the old version, you had to log into each different folder. You would log in and say, I want to go to my test folder. Or you would log out and then log back in and say, I want to go to my production environment. Or log out and log in and say, I want to go to my training environment. In the new version, you log in once. And then you can access and navigate through all the different environments, folders, and data points in the system. There's a new look and feel and landing page technology that's been added into the system. So on here, what we're showing you is just the login screen that you access the system, and then of course we've got the icons there for popular browsers. So on top of making it a browser-based system, they also created a layer of technology for the users to manage configurations of their data entry pages, where you can build configurations of pages and assign them to different users. This entire personalization process is completely in addition to all the development and configuration the system supports already. If you're on the older versions 5 and 6, and you know how to develop and make screen changes and all of that, this is completely in addition to those controls and management features and development options in the system. Users can personalize their pages by changing the order of the information. It does not bypass any rules. It does not eliminate any validation requirements that are established, either standard or through our configurations and parameters. It just allows them to manage the process of input that works best for them. There are certain controls they can't change. For example, in the Lines tab, you have to start with a site and a GL account number in the general ledger. You couldn't change that. But you could change and maybe hide, size, or label the other elements in those columns or other tabs on the screen to something that makes sense to you. In this example, we're showing the product window. On the left, you can see that there's the ability to select each of the different fields that are elements in the screen, and the system will help you look at that information. You can insert new fields using the insert. There's an insert there in the very top of that left panel. So the top of the left panel says existing content, or look and insert a new field. So let's say that you wanted to see something from a supplier or product category that you might be able to tie into the screen because you have the supplier tab where you would choose a supplier that you buy the product from and you wanted to add something from the supplier screen. On the right panel, there's templates that you could choose. In the templates, there's also the ability to make things expandable and collapsible. So I want to be able to collapse an entire section inside one of my tabs so that I can see more information below it. So a lot of controls for the users to personalize their screen. And then on the right panel on the top, there's save, check marks, and there's trash can buttons to either save your changes or delete your changes. So these things are part of the new version 7, user personalization. X3 version 7 is where they've launched new mobile platform technologies in the system. When you see the demo on Nictari, you also have the ability to do mobile platform reporting in Nictari for your tablets, iPhone, or Droids. So you can share information across the system. What we're showing on the screen here are two things. One is the ability to look at the mobile actions, in this case the sales. If you had someone in the field who wanted to look at orders, sign orders, approve orders, the signature processes are available on the tablets and the phones. That's the white window on the left side there. In the front, on the right bottom, is the mobile platform where you would do data entry. So here they're showing an example of creating an order, creating a quote, could be a purchase order, could be a sales order, and you'd have the ability to search for documents and add information and work on a mobile device. Now, oftentimes your mobile devices, if they're large enough, will work with the standard web interface. The nice thing about these mobile platforms, they've built a few, they've published a few, but if there's something that you would find works really well on a mobile platform, you could have a screen developed that integrates with the mobile architecture. And the mobile architecture just change it to look more like a regular mobile app that you might find today out on the iTunes Marketplace or the Droid Play Space. I should add that in some cases, maybe the idea would be to put reports out in there. I haven't done a lot with the reports, but some people are like, hey, I'd like to have on my phone within the mobile app a little report that might tell me cash on hand or inventory that's late or something like that. We do have a lot of features in the system in both versions that are the same, such as alerts for emailing that information. But there's a lot you can do with the mobile apps. It's just starting out with X3, so we expect more to come. We expect them to deliver more out-of-the-box mobile solutions in that device now that the platform's there. The new version has a Google Map feature. Anytime you put an address in, it's kind of nice. You can click the map button, and it has a link to Google Maps to load it up and put it in a little window. So we've got that displayed on the page. That's just kind of one of those nifty things that you could do. Office integration. So for usability, oftentimes people would say, I have a hard time getting my data to Excel. Or this query or that request, this one works, that one doesn't. On the older version, sometimes you'd get a mix of these integration buttons and what they would do. So they've improved the ability to send data out to the Office products, such as Word, Excel, and PowerPoint. The Office integration allows you to dump data to those products. It also allows you to have a plugin installed in Microsoft Word, Excel, and PowerPoint to manage a connection to the data that you've loaded in the product back to X3. And I'm going to show you a little bit about how that works here in just a little bit. So version 7 of Office is integrated with, version 7 of X3 is integrated with Office 2010, 2013, and 365. There is not an integration for those using Office on a Mac as of yet. Hopefully they might bring one out, but it's not there. I think most people, if they're on a Mac, they're running a Windows environment on the Mac with the Microsoft Office on the Mac. On this page, I'm just kind of showing you in each of the products the ribbon that gets added into Word, Excel, or PowerPoint with the plugin that was mentioned on that last slide. So the plugin actually creates a connection just like any plugin you would have within the product of Word, Excel, or PowerPoint back to the database that created the data in your spreadsheet. So each one's a little different, but you'll notice some things. It's like, oh, there's a connection button, there's a save button, there's a refresh button, there's a field button, there's, controls on how to change it. So depending on what you're wanting to do with your team, if you're dumping products out, price lists out, doing a mail merge, creating a PowerPoint presentation from the graphic design, meaning the dashboards in X3 that you might have, such as sales analysis by customer channel, product analysis, expense analysis coming out on the dashboards in X3, graphs and data. Those things can be all integrated into a PowerPoint presentation, a spreadsheet, or a Word document. So here's an example of, we're going to try to do a short demo here on using Excel. That seems to be one of the products of choice when people dump data out of the system. So if you look at the action panel in Excel, there's the settings control box that's highlighted, basically saying from within Excel, you can connect to the different data sources in X3. Now, just because I can connect to the different data sources in X3, it means I can get to this data. I can read it and pull it down. But I'm technically not changing any of the data through this. It doesn't turn Excel into a reporting tool like Nectari is for actually generating reports. But it can be helpful if somebody's a person who works in Excel and they're trying to get a list out of maybe customers, accounts, or something in Excel. This is one way to do it. Plus, it kind of ties it together. So I'm going to show you here one thing that I did and how it works. So let's do this little demo. Let me pause my screen and get ready here. So I'm opening up Excel. And this is a list of customers that's in Excel. With the add-in, I can connect to my server. Basically says X3 is located on the internet. What is your URL? And it's doing its connection real quick. There you go. It's going to ask for the credentials. Adding my credentials in. But what it's going to do is it's going to refresh this data list. It's going to say, okay, here's the data list. This list that you have in Excel, I exported this from X3. It says this is the customers from your NA Seed V7 folder with no filters on it. And you ask to fetch all. So basically it remembers that this is the customer list. And I'm going to hit refresh all with that option, and it's going to go back and check the customer list, and if there was any new customers, it's going to update my spreadsheet and add them to my list. So as you dump data out of X3, it can create a link in your Excel spreadsheet that says this is the customer list that I pulled out. There was no filter, but I could have filtered it on customer type, customer category. So I don't have to go into X3 and dump out the customer list every time to get a refreshed customer list in my spreadsheet. I just need to open my spreadsheet, connect, and refresh. And it updates the table list. Got it? Cool. Now, if I were in X3, And I went down to, I think I might have done that way. I'm going to go to my printouts here and log in. And I'm going to pull up a query. So let's say I want to find a query, products with supplier. Let's look at this one here. Sometimes you grab a random query and you hope it brings up some data. So here I've got 428 records. These are all the suppliers that are attached to products in my inventory. Now if I export this to Excel, I hit the export button. And I'm going to go ahead and activate it or export it to Excel. So what you'll notice in X3 is if in this gray box there's an export button, for those of you on version 7 or 8, it oftentimes will pop that up. But you can also use this to export to Excel as well. So I'm going to do this one on the grid because when I choose this one and it gives me this green icon, I know it's formatted well for Excel. So I'm going to go ahead and save. Oops, I don't know what I just did. I guess I saved and opened it. And now I've created a supplier list in Excel. And if I had put criteria or parameters on it, it would be listed in the settings. And dumped out to X3. I didn't save this yet. So that's the export process. Dumping out drops it to Excel. Within Excel, I can go get my own data itself. I can connect to the server, and I'm going to ask it for my GL account list. You don't really get to edit too much in here. And I'm going to go look for a different data source. And I'm going to get the account list. For my GL accounts. And I'm going to say that I want the chart of accounts, because this system has many. I want the chart of accounts NA1. It's going to load the rows. And it's dumped the chart of accounts out into my spreadsheet. So if you pull the data in this way, it's always going to have a link that's associated to this data list. Again, dumping out nicer and easier in the new version of X3, but you can also build links between your spreadsheets that if you open them up, it gives you a customer list. If you have Nictari, it's a much better tool for doing these things. However, sometimes you might find something valuable within the data sources that are provided here in this ERP interface to dump some data out. So if I saved my spreadsheet here and I look at my settings, it's storing the different settings in this tab. So notice how this tab, this spreadsheet, has a customer list in it on tab 1, has an account representation in it on tab 2. I pick the one that I want and I refresh that data. Refresh the account list on this tab, or refresh the account list on this tab, or here I just refresh the whole thing. And it loads both sets of data on both tabs for me, kind of like some people have used F9 before and other products like that in Excel to pull data in. This is the X3 version that's comparable to some of those tools. It's not really reporting, but it's more data management. The filters aren't connected, so in this case, when I was doing this connection and doing my settings, and I was setting up to the chart of account NA1, I had to know that. There isn't always an option in here to look and browse the filters in the system. So if I wanted to edit the filter and look for the chart of accounts, there's no lookup on this screen. so I had to know that I wanted this chart. If I was doing the customer list and wanted to do a customer range, I'd have to know the customer number range I'm looking for. If you have Nectari, seeing some questions here, I would recommend just working with Nectari to do things like the chart of accounts and so forth. But this is a new feature in the system, and so we kind of wanted to show it. So that's exporting to Excel. Let's get back to our slideshow here. Back on the Office Integration tab, completed that. Move on and talk about what's called financial tracking. Financial tracking is a feature that's added into the new versions. On the old version, you would notice that there are certain journals that get grouped together, such as you post a whole bunch of shipments over into inventory for different sales orders, and maybe you have 30 of them. And when it goes to the general ledger, it aggregates and consolidates the postings by GL account and dimension, and it's not a one-to-one product shipment record anymore. It's summarized in the general ledger. So they created some tracking controls, and if you look at the print screen there, it's like, hey, what's the tracking? It's an additional amount of structure added to the journal, transaction journal zooms that used to be in there in most screens. So this way I could say, here's a journal entry, and what created it? Well, this was a journal entry for a stock entry that was hitting this account, and it might have been comprised of 5 or 6 different shipment lines on different shipments. So for reconciling between inventory and some other modules where we consolidate summary balances, the tracking feature starts keeping links so you can navigate back and say, what created this debit or credit? On the old versions, it was very hard. You had to start looking through, and you couldn't really navigate and drill around to look at the source documents that created the summary posting. So the tracking feature enhances that. If you do have interest in this feature or any others that you want to see more in depth, please reach out to your X3 consultant that works with your company, and they can set up the time to go through some of the questions with you. But the tracking feature, very nice. Sometimes we've spent a lot of time with customers trying to get through reconciliations from the purchasing side, sometimes on the freight side, and sometimes on the inventory or manufacturing side. And this is really an improvement for threading the transactions through the system so we can go from the end result in an account balance back to the source entries that created that, tying it in, threading those transactions in the system. They added some improved functionality in the payment files. Wanted to point this out today that what Sage added was SEPA. SEPA is a global version of ACH. They had BACS, and they have SEPA and several forms of SEPA. Sage has built examples for SEPA. SWK has built templates for ACH files that we have. And Sage has provided a new positive pay feature. So in X3, we used to have to do our own positive pay exports, either through a report or an import-export template on the old version, or in some cases we wrote nice little utilities that would do this for us. Sage has created a positive pay control format that supports flat fixed files and XML files to send these to the bank. And it's built on existing bank file technology in X3 by adding some new screens and some new tables. So SEPA is there, SWK supports ACH, and then X3 added positive pay. Within the positive pay control, it has controls in there that say what checks we're sending as being checks that are valid for the bank to pay, like they're posted. If it sends a check, you don't have to go do date range searches anymore. It knows if it sent that payment to the bank, and it knows which day and what file, and tracks all that history. If you sent a file to the bank and there was a problem, you can regenerate that file and all the checks that were in it. So if yesterday's file that I emailed to the bank got lost, somebody deleted it, I could regenerate it, and it would know everything that was in the file yesterday for positive pay to regenerate it. So there's a lot of management controls built into some new screens on top of existing bank file functionality. Gives us a nice new feature for positive pay. Recurring AP and AR invoices. There's a new recurring AP and AR invoice feature that adds functionality in those modules to create recurring invoices from existing invoices. And it helps manage the full cycle of creating, renewal, or terminating those recurring invoices. And you can use them to build alerts and workflows in your system to help monitor the recurring invoices. So on the screen there is a sample of a rental revenue, and it's got some information about on the recurring tab. If you look, the start date, end date, what's the recurring pattern, daily, weekly, monthly. There's some other controls you'll see down there. Is it every day or just weekdays? It tracks how many were generated, how many have been posted. Now, many of us on the old versions prior to 7 would do these in the general ledger or would just manually do them. But the new screen allows us to keep people out of the general ledger and can automate it for the person in payables, for the person in receivables. So it's a great new tool for those team members to help manage their business, keep them out of the general ledger, and do a better job. The generated invoices tab on this screen isn't shown, but that would display all the different invoices that have been created for this specific recurring entry. Next, there's some new features for AR, AP, and GL related to intercompany. So the existing Sage X3 versions 5 and 6, before this came out in version 7, you would have what's called an exchange process that had a single due to, due from account to process transactions between sites or even companies. So with this new support, we have the ability to assign financial sites that are in different companies in both AP and AR. And when posted, intercompany invoices generate entries and source target companies using a new screen where we can configure the due to from intercompany accounts and the relationships between the different financial companies that we have. Here's an example of an AP invoice for a supplier intercompany. On the top, the very top of the image has a site with a star, and this was established as an AP balance entered into my site entity 11 and A011. But in the lines tab below, I've been able to expense this across different sites, and notice the second column says they're in different X3 company groups. So I have North America Division Industry 10 and North America Division Industry 20, and then my Denmark Industry 10, which are all 3 separate company groups, separate businesses with their own legal entities. We've been able to pay their bills as if maybe we're the management company. NA10 is the management company. So that sample was for the supplier screen, and it runs off of due to, due from configurations in this intercompany screen. So here we would say, what's my main source company, and what company do I have a relationship with? That's the target company over there on the right side of the screen with a star on it. I can map the debit and credit accounts in the source company and map the debit and credit accounts in the target company. So therefore, in and outs, due to, due froms, I can have separate accounts to whether it's a debit or credit and use different GL accounts in both companies. In journal entry screens, we also have a new journal entry window to do intercompany transactions on general ledger entries. Prior versions, these were all managed manually, creating different mirrored transactions in the different companies, one by the users manually. Now we have the ability to do multi-company batch entries and post these and have source target offsets of due to, due from automatically created within your journal entries. So here's an example of that screen. And it's an intercompany entry for site NA1011. And in the lines tab down below the bottom of the screen, you'll notice that there's two other companies posted to. Here I'm just creating the actual journal entry, but X3 will attach the due to, due froms for each different site that needs it on the lines below row 4. And it will create them when you create the journal entry. And save it, it'll add those lines and they'll appear in the screen. You don't see them now because it's a temporary entry that I haven't saved. So the intercompany is a new feature in Sage X3. If you have more than one company group or you have multiple sites in the company that you want to build due to, due froms, you could look at using that feature. I think this is my last item here. Just double check. Of the new features. BP netting. This is a new function for AP and AR to help manage those control accounts. And it replaces some of the steps that you would do manually through journal entry or manual matching. If you put in, let's say, payments on suppliers or customers and they're not matched to invoices, or you put in credit memos that aren't matched to invoices, later on somebody goes back to clean up and say, if I don't match these invoices and the credit or payment adjustments to them, I can't clean it off the aging. So I need to match them up. Well, we were often doing that late. We were often looking back in the past and making adjustments to through manual matching. And what would happen is X3 would make some changes and say, oh, okay, I had an invoice last October. I had a payment in November that paid down half of it. And then the other half didn't get paid until last month, but the person didn't know where to apply it, so they just put it on account. So technically it should have been paid down in the middle of December on December 15th, and it wouldn't have been an over 120-day item at the end of the month. But they didn't do that. So now it's an over 120-day item, and I realized that, so I need to go match that up and clean it off so my over 120 days on my aging report looks better. So they go to match this in January. What X3 does then is it says, oh, you're matching this invoice from October, a payment from September, and a new payment in December today. Well, we're going to say that the payments are matched as if they were all applied today, which means now the full invoice didn't get paid by either two payments until they were matched all together today. So it's one of those unique, funny things that they did with the system. They didn't really have a way to net and say when these things should have occurred. So they developed this new tool called BP netting. Now, what I just explained about helping match manual matching is one of the things I like this tool for. But they built it for some other things too. So In the second paragraph here, it says users select open items based on the company and the business partner. And it's possible to include open customer and or supplier items and adjustments and payments all in the same window when a business partner is both a customer and supplier. So the BP netting feature helps manage netting and adjusting things that need to be matched up and netted on an individual customer or supplier, or it could be a combination of what's on both sides of the business relationship, supplier and customer. The second paragraph ends with there's a full audit trail to see that these matchings were occurred and tracked, and that's because journal entries are created. In the manual matching screen, journal entries were not created, and a lot of people use manual matching to clean up AP and AR. So now we can use BP netting, but it does create journal entries, but that's okay, because we need to show those journal entries are now saying that the application is happening in a specific period on a day to match these two documents up. So now when I were to go look at a payment in December that was applied on account, and I say I want to match it, I can say I want to match it and net it as if it happened on December 15th. And the system would say, great, we're going to make a journal entry on December 15th and match it all up, versus doing it today in January, which doesn't make the aging look very good. So the BP netting process is nice. It has some new functionality in it for helping manage business partners across both supplier-customer relationships and dealing with things in it. So here's an example of the BP netting screen. In this screen, you choose your supplier or customer. You can filter by site and control account. Control account being, are you talking about AP? Talking about AR? And then in the bottom, it'll put together a list of things that match the criteria that you could match and net together. So in the bottom, I could match and net a couple of those rows by selecting them on the left. And then there's a special column in the middle that's blank right now called net amount. Well, maybe I only want to partially pay part of a credit memo or a cash receipt against one of those invoices. Therefore, I can manage the amount that's being netted against the documents. You're taking 50% and matching it to this one and 50% to the other. When you have it set up on the screen with the check boxes and the dollar amounts that you want to do, you would simply click the apply button on the right side. It would check everything, match it up. If it passes inspection, then you can choose post. And it would create a new journal entry with the correct effective date of the net that you were trying to match and settle on the agings. So I think it's a great tool. I think people will find a lot more use for this in the product as they learn to adopt it more. And for those of you on the old versions, it's one of the benefits of getting up onto the new one and helping those team members in AP and AR, either with netting, intercompany, the GL with intercompany, and so forth. So we are ready to transition to our last part of our year-end seminar and workshop. We're glad that you all stuck with us so far. Before we move into Nectari and talk about that, does anybody have questions, want to raise a hand and ask a question? I do not see any hands raised. Looks like we've answered all the questions. So I'm going to do 2 slides here to introduce Nectari. We're going to move the screen over to work with Octavian and Sarah, and they're going to take you through these different sections. So first we want to talk about what some of the features are in the Nectari tool that are great for companies that use Sage X3. Short introduction with Nectari, and we're going to talk about some of the linking benefits of reporting data in Nectari to X3. We'll do a review on budgets, talking about putting things directly in the Nectari reporting tool that will be on the end of the X3 screen, and then we'll do distribution. So first, a review on those features, and then after that, we're going to talk about some financial reporting nice things in Nectari. So some design recommendations, show you a balance sheet, income statement, and trial balance, some of the controls that are used in Excel to build financial reports, such as the formula wizard and pivot table, and how to do data extraction. So similar to how I showed you that Excel can do a little bit of pull down on data, Nectari does a lot more. And we'll show you a few things on there. So Octavia and Sarah, are you both here? Ready to go?
I'm ready to go. I'm here. I just need you to make me the presenter so I can show my screen.
All right. And then you can share controls with Sarah.
Okay, I'm just going to make sure that, can everybody see my screen? Yeah. I'm assuming that's a yes, since you know, I don't hear any complaints. So
yes, we can see it.
Terrific. So most of you probably already know about Nectari. Either you're already using it or you may have heard about it. I'm not going to go too much into details about everything that Nectari can do for you, since you're already familiar with it. But you know, just be aware at a very high level that Nectari is a business intelligence tool that allows you to report on data from various ERP systems. It is very good at reporting with X3. Actually, most of Nectari was developed with X3 in mind, and then it slowly expanded to support other ERP systems. And you know, at a high level, the general idea is that you would have this basic functional unit in Nectari called a process, which corresponds to a business process, and would be set up by somebody technical. You would define what tables you would want to use or views, how they are linked, and what fields you want to make available to users. Then afterwards, under each process, you can have a variety of different reporting options, including worksheets, different graphs, maps, dashboards, and so forth. These kinds of reports, you know, it's very easy to create new reports. You just need to drag and drop reports onto worksheets. You know, you could just go right-click on a specific process and decide what kind of report you want to create. And then afterwards, you just need to drag fields from the right-hand side here onto the report, and Nectari does the work for you. Now, all this should be more or less familiar to you. I'm just explaining it for those who don't really know much about Nectari. But today, I wanted to show a few of the features that are nice to have in Nectari. Maybe a lot of people don't really use them. A lot of people that tend to get Nectari, they may use a few reports in the web client itself. Maybe they're going to use Nectari more actually with the Excel add-in, where they would create a set of financial statements, you know, such as this one. The Excel add-in is another tool available with Nectari that enables you to use the same processes that you have in the web client and the same security that you have set up in there to pull data from your H3 system into Excel, you know, automatically according to some parameters. So typically, you would set up some templates for reports like your income statement and balance sheet and trial balance and so forth. And Sarah can explain a little bit more about how that works later. Now, in Nectari itself, once you've created these reports, there's a few other things that are nice to have that can make you more productive and make you better able to analyze your data. So the things that I wanted to talk about today is the ability, first off, the ability to link to external applications such as X3. It often happens that, you know, you're looking at a specific report. Like in this case, for example, I have a report that's showing invoices by customers. And perhaps I would like to look more into the details of a particular invoice. In Nectari, you have the ability to create links to X3 screens. And you can pass them parameters so that when you link to them, you're already linking on, you know, you're already filtering on something. Like for example here, I can go and link to the invoice screen straight out of Nectari. So at this point here, this is a report that's grouping by a financial dimension 2, which happens to be a product line, and the financial dimension 1, I'm not actually sure what it is in this demo system, customer code and document number. So I drill down all the way to the document number, and here if I right-click on it and I decide that I want to link to something else, I'm going to have a variety of options that get displayed. I may have several processes that show up here, and in that case, what I would do here is I could go open up a one of the views which are displayed in here, and let's say I pick this one, invoice by salesman. When I do that, it would open up a, it should open up a new report, you know, behind the scenes, already pre-filtered on whatever it is that I selected in here. Another ability that I have is to link to the X3 invoice. And the only thing is, I could show you this. The only thing is, this particular system, it's a little bit slow. So what I have done is that I have already, whoops, okay, already timed out. Okay, I guess I have no choice but to show it to you. I was just going to show you the result, but let's do it together. So I'm just going to double click here on the X3 invoice. It's going to take a little bit of time to log in. It might ask me to select what kind of transaction I want to pick, because right now I'm linking to the X3 invoices. And when I do that, it takes me to the invoice management screen. And you may notice here that I'm already, that it has already selected an invoice number, which happens to be the same invoice number that I had started out from, that I had created the link. Now, this enables you to easily go into X3, maybe make changes to various documents, and really you can link to any area of X3 that you might think of. If you want to set up additional links and you know, for your own system, you have the ability to set up a variety of application links in here in the administration module, and you can look at the existing ones that come with Nectari out of the box. Again, I apologize. The system, it's a little bit slow. There's been a lot of stuff that's been installed on it lately, and it's just a little bit overloaded until we kind of upgrade it a bit. But the idea here is that you can create additional records, additional application links to various X3 functions, or to other applications as well. Like you could link, for example, you could do a Google search on the customer name if you wanted to, or anything else that you might have into your system. When you want to link to X3, in this case here we have an example of how to link to an X3, to the X3 item management screen. This here is the, it's an example of a link of the address that you would have when you navigate in the X3 web client to the item management screen, and then we can pass it a product parameter, this add product. That is a parameter that you can pass from Nectari, and the way you would modify the your expression is by simply just dragging additional parameters onto your screen. In this case, if in our link we had to pass a GL account as a parameter, I would just drag the GL account and into the expression, remove the other parameter that I had there before, you know, and this would actually be an X3 GL account link. Well, if this link here that you have here is actually pointing to the GL account screen. So anyways, the idea is that you can add as many of them as you would like. You can use the existing ones as the template. It enables you to quickly link to X3 specifically on whatever it is that you're linking from. And this type of functionality is also available from within Excel as well. In this case here, what I have in Excel is a report that's showing a list of invoices with their dollar amount, the business partner, and a description of what who that business partner is, an invoice date. Then I have a link, which is done in the add-ins with this link to formula. The nice thing about these links is that you can copy just like you would copy any other Excel formula, and you can make it so that you only really need to create one formula. You can copy it for your whole list, and then when you click on any one of these expressions here, it is going to launch X3. The X3, in this case, would be the invoice management screen. And when you go in there, it should already pre-select the invoice number that I had started out from. And you can see here I had started out from this invoice GU14D01 and so forth, and that is what is selected in there. So it's a way to make it make yourself more productive. I mean, you could create links to any part of the system. So if you want to manage your products or manage your customers, you could create a list of products and then see what their sales were, what their various dimensions that are associated with those products were. You can easily create a report in Nectari add-in and have a link that can that you can use to quickly go into X3 and make any required changes on your product setup or your customer setup or GL account setup or whatever else you think you might need to link to. Another feature that is quite interesting in Nectari is the ability to edit data. This is something that is typically used for areas of the system like budgets and forecasts. And out of the box, you're always going to have at least one process which enables you to edit data, and that is the budget entry process. Now, in this process here, I have already opened up a one of the views that are in this process. And you don't see it right now. It usually takes a bit of a longer time to load data when you're editing it because it needs to load all the records behind the scenes, which is why I just kind of like open it up beforehand. But the idea here is that when you open up a report from a process which allows you to edit data, it is then going to ask you whether you want to edit data or not. And if you say yes, then it's going to load up a whole bunch of records. You can see here it's loaded up 10,800 records. And what I'm looking at here is the records for a particular budget code and version. So I have budget code. Yes?
This is a budget in X3, correct?
This is a budget in X3, yes. Now, what was done with this, the way the budget entry works, is that it is not going to modify data in X3 directly. You could have processes that modify data in X3 directly, but most of the time that is not necessarily recommended because you're going to bypass the normal data validation procedures that X3 has. So in the case of the budget entry, what it does instead is that it provides you with an additional tool which is called an info page, and that is something that I can explain a little bit more in detail later. But the idea behind an info page is that you can right-click on a process, and any process that already has an info page, you can access that info page using the View Info Page option. So what info pages are, they're programmable web pages that enable you to run scripts in SQL, either an already existing stored procedure or a custom script that you can enter in there, and you can put in some parameters. Like in this case for the budgets, typically the flow of information is that you can copy existing budgets out of X3 and insert them into a custom Nectari table. So this create budget function, you would specify a particular fiscal year, you would specify a particular company code or a site, you would specify a particular budget version and a budget and a budget version, and you always have these prompts to kind of help you out. So if you don't know what the available budget codes and the available budget versions are, you can use the prompts and you can select one of the values in there. It's going to populate it for you. And when you click on Create SCI Budget, it is going to run a script which takes the values that you have set up, that you have entered in this page, is going to plug them into the SQL script and run that on the server. Specifically, what this does is that it pulls in any available X3 budget information that may correspond to these criteria, and it is also going to create a whole bunch of blank lines corresponding to different combinations of dimensions, of analytical dimensions. And then you'll be able to use the underlying process, this budget entry process, to modify the data that was pulled in. If you want to make any copies of your budgets within that Nectari custom table, you can use this section of the info page. And finally, when you're happy with it, you can use the bottom section here where for a given combination of dimensions, when you click on Update X3 Budget, it is going to take the budgets that you have modified within the Nectari table and push that back into X3 using the format that X3 expects, the data format. One of the reasons why in Nectari offers you the ability to do this as opposed to you managing your budgets in X3 directly, there's actually several reasons. For one thing, when it comes to budgets in X3, the way that the data is stored behind the scenes, it's a little bit difficult for some users to work with. Because instead of having one entry for a particular combination of dimensions per period. Instead, in X3, you may have up to 26 different fields corresponding to 26 different possible periods that you may have in a fiscal year, and you're going to have an amount in each one of them. So that is a little bit difficult for many users to use, and it also provides you with a lot less flexibility when you're actually trying to enter budgets. The nice thing about Nectari when you're editing data is that you can edit data at various levels. You can edit data at the detail level. You can also edit data at the grouping level. And if you do decide that you want to edit data at the grouping level, you have the ability to link a particular field to another field to provide you with ratios of how your total numbers should be divided up on your subgroupings. So in this particular example here, I have a total amount for the budget. In this case, this worksheet is grouped by budget code, version, fiscal year, company code, account, and this analytical dimension 2, which is just, maybe it's a department code or something like that. And I have opened up this all the way down to the level of the account code. And you can see here that it's linking to actual last year amounts. So I can see that for account code 7900 miscellaneous expense, last year we had 139,000 posted to that particular account. So if I want to create a budget here, I can put in a grand total. So let's say last year we had 142,000. Maybe I'm going to add 10% to that. So I could change the grand total to be something like 160,000. So I can type in 160,000, the total, and then Nectari is going to divide up that number, and I can see here that it goes down on each grouping level, and when it gets to the point where it needs to divide up that 160,000 in more than one bucket, it does it according to the ratios that the actual last year amount transaction was using before. Okay, so it's very easy to create a budget based on last year numbers. You just say, okay, we're going to start off with last year numbers plus 5% or 10% or 20%. All you have to do is just modify the grand total. And then afterwards, you have something to work with. And if later on I decide that maybe the totals that I have here are not really what I would like, I can always go and modify them either at the grouping level, okay, in which case you can see that the amount gets changed automatically, the total amount, to reflect that, or I can go down all the way to the detail level, and I can put in some values in here as well, okay, for various periods, for example. Okay, and you can see that as I'm typing in values here, the total budget amount increases, okay, and when I'm happy with whatever changes that I have done to my budget, I just have to go and save the data. In this case, this is going to commit the changes that I have made to the budget to the Nectari custom table that is underlying this process, and then afterwards I could use the info page to commit those changes to the X3 budget, and I can then use the budget analysis process to analyze this data. And that can be done either through the web client or in Excel via the, you would simply have to create a reference to point to the budget analysis process and then be able to pull in information from there. Okay. Now these info pages, sorry, it's kind of slow here. It's taken a bit of time to actually commit the data. As I was saying before, this server is a little bit overloaded at the moment. I probably shouldn't really have saved. The next thing I wanted to show you was how to actually modify existing info pages. I guess I will just have to wait a little bit until it finishes here, so it actually allows me to go into the info page design. But info pages, these programmable web pages that I'm talking about, are a very, very powerful feature because they're going to enable you to run any SQL script that you can think of, and to allow the users to input parameters to make use of those info pages. So this can potentially enable you to use Nectari to get around certain constraints that maybe X3 places on you. An example that I often use during trainings is that a while back I did a project for a customer with a very complex pricing structure. they needed up to 9 potential discounts on their pricing lists, and X3 only allowed them to enter 4. So what they did is that they would have an info page which would allow them to import existing price lists onto a Nectari table. They would use a process like the one we use for the budget entry to modify their price lists, but they would have several discount fields. And then once they were happy with whatever the results were, they would then use the info page to push the information back into X3. So the script that they would put in the info page would roll up the those 9 discounts into 4 and create a proper X3 price list, like just the way it expects it, that could be used to generate orders and so forth. Again, I'm sorry about the delay here. It is kind of slow. In the meantime, what I could do is I could talk about a different feature. One of the abilities that you also have within X3 is the ability to create reports in Nectari and make those reports available within X3, so you don't always have to go into Nectari. And the way that is done is with the Nectari mobile application, which is it often gets installed on most people's machines. Not everybody buys licenses for them, but you only really need one. Typically, the Nectari mobile application allows you to run reports on any mobile device. So all the reports that you have available in the web client are also available within within the mobile client as well. Once you're in the mobile client, then you can navigate to whatever report that you're interested in. Oops, I guess it kind of locked me out or something. Sorry about the, I'm just going to try to log out, disconnect, and go back in. So I would log into the Nectari mobile. I would then navigate to a specific report that I'm interested in. I would then open up that report, and then afterwards, on the right-hand side of the screen, you have some tools here. And you can use those tools to generate an external web link. So you can access a given report from some other application without having to go through Nectari. So for example, let's say that I'm interested in this invoice by salesman report. I would just go and run it. It just might take a little bit of time here. Okay, so I have a report, and then I could go into my settings here, and I can use either the option view external link or view external web link. They're just going to use different different licenses, where the web link, it is going to use one of your regular Nectari web client licenses, and external link uses one of the mobile licenses. When you do this, it is going to give you an automatic link that you could use. It would open up this report and you would see a link here at the top. Then you can go and copy this link inside of X3. And over here we have a report. Like you may notice here that we are actually in X3 right now, but this is an Nectari report displaying the customers with overdue AR. So if you have reports that you find that they're very interesting to you, and you would like them to have them easily accessible from within X3, you can use this functionality to have them there, and you can also use them. You can also embed these in X3 dashboards. Now going back to the info pages that I was talking about before, right now this is an info page wizard that enables me to make changes to what an info page would look like. So basically what I would do is that I could create scripts. These are basically sections on the info page. Okay, when I do this, I can go and give it a name, something like that. I could give it a description, talk about what it is supposed to do and so forth. And I can also drag and drop different controls onto my report like this. When I type something in, you notice that it's showing me a preview of what it's going to look like. And I can go click on any one of these, and I can change their properties, so I can decide whether it should display an interval or not, and what options I should have in each one of these controls and so forth. The most important one is the button. And why the button is special as opposed to any other controls is because when you go inside of its properties, you have the ability to link the button to a data source. Okay, so this way you can specify in which database you would like to run this script in. And then here you can type in an SQL command, and this can be, calling an already existing stored procedure, or it can be your own custom SQL script. And you can do, whatever business problem you're trying to solve, maybe by running a script that can help you resolve that. When we look at the existing ones, for example, if I look at the create budget script here, and I go on the button create, I can see that I have a fairly lengthy statement here. This is for those of you who are a bit more technical. It's a SQL statement. And you may notice here that I have expressions such as @fiscal@. That is a parameter which is being passed from a text input. See here we have a text input called fiscal year. So whatever value you have in fiscal year, it would get filled in to this script. So when the script actually gets run, it gets run with the parameters that the user has input on those in those cells.
So I think if I could just maybe, I know a lot of us aren't the technical team here, we're mostly finance people, but is the idea behind this that, Nektari is a valuable reporting tool that lets us analyze data, but it can create updates of that data by analyzing it and either update it into a reporting database in Nektari or even do massaging of data in your X3 system. Being that SQL, obviously it's probably a custom development project, right? Most of the times to do that. But one of your clients was the sales price list.
Yes.
That you said was able to do that. So if you think about some of the things that you might be managing in X3, such as, we've heard that our team has a hard time managing the price list inside X3. They hate going into that screen. There's like 9 different layers, and there's a whole bunch of different product customer combinations that they always have to sit there and think about, did we get all of them? Did we make them all correct? Did we skip one? So with Nektari, you're able to help analyze the pricing models that you want to create, or maybe even a forecast of product quantities that you want to sell based on last year to the next year. Nektari helps you analyze all that data, and with these info pages, you can report it, design your own tables, and then push the information appropriately up to X3, right? So I think there's a lot of power here, and it's finding the right place to plug it in, and usually it's some manual step we're doing outside the system today that we find very cumbersome and possibly prone to errors because there's so much to do and we've got different teams. So I see a lot of value to that to customers. In the finance team, we certainly see the value with this budget control and those types of things. So I wanted to add that just input, if you didn't mind, for the finance people here on the phone, just to help frame a little bit of the conversation for us. I think it's a great tool, and I don't think we leverage it enough, right?
Right.
Yeah.
Another feature in Nektari that I don't think a lot of people are leveraging enough is the automatic distribution function, and you can access that as an administrator under the scheduler. And the idea here is that you could create as many jobs, automatic jobs, as you would like to run reports automatically, whether it is reports that are existing in the web client in Nektari, or whether it is reports in the Excel add-in. And sorry, I'm not sure why it's taking so long here to load this up. Maybe somebody's doing something on this. As I was saying, this server is a little bit overloaded and everything is like extra slow. But the idea behind the scheduler here is that if you have users that perhaps only use Nektari on an occasional basis and they always use the same report, instead of having additional licenses just to accommodate those users, you could simply buy the distribution option, and then you could have Nektari run these reports automatically for them. So here, when you set up a new job, you decide whether you want to export and email the results of a report, or whether you want to export it and save those results on the network. And if you do that, you would have to specify where. Okay, you can enable and disable it here. So you can either pick from one of the existing, existing reports. You just go and select which reports you would run this job. You want this you would want this job to run them automatically. You decide what kind of format you want that report to be exported in, whether it's PDF or Excel or HTML. What environment, is it going to come from your production environment or your demo environment or pilot or whatever. You can also assign it custom filters just for the distribution. The underlying report may be filtering on something already, but if you want to overwrite that, you have the ability here to create a custom filter just for it. Okay? You also have the ability to run an Excel add-in report automatically. So you could have templates for your financial statements, for example. Like, let's say that you would like to run the balance sheet and the income statement for people who are on your board of directors. So you would go and use the Excel add-in to create a template for the balance sheet and a template for the income statement. You have that saved on a network. And then you could have your automatic distribution function here. You would just go and navigate to a certain path where those reports are. You decide which sheets out of that report you would like to have run, what format you want that report to be exported in. Maybe it's PDF, maybe it's Excel, depending on their needs. You can also put in some parameters. As we will see later, those of you who have already worked with the add-in, you would know that typically in the add-in, you are going to have a control section or a control page somewhere on your screen, such as this one, where you would put in the parameters that your report is filtering on, a given fiscal year, fiscal period range, and so on and so forth. Well, you can go and you can use the automatic distribution to overwrite the values of these things. So let's say, for example, I wanted to run it for a different fiscal year. I can see that that is cell D7 on the Financial Analysis tab. So here in Nectari, I would just say on the sheet name Financials Analysis, parameter name would be D7, and I could put in number 7, so then we'll run it for fiscal year 7, and so on and so forth. I can add as many parameters as I would like. I can then decide which user I want to run this for. You always need to have at least one user in here because that is going to determine the credentials of the user that this report is run for. In Nectari, you do have the ability to customize the security a lot, so you can restrict what fields are available to each user. You can restrict even which data is available to each user from within a process. And you also have the option here to run a report for a given user, but maybe as another user. In this particular system, we already only have the admin user, but if we had more users, we could say, okay, I want to run this for user Bob, but I want to run it as admin so that that user sees everything. Furthermore, I could add additional email accounts in here so that when the report is actually run, it gets sent to additional people. So you don't need to create an account for every single person that you want to email this to. So coming back to the example that I had before, maybe running financial statements for your board of directors, you could just run it for one user, say the admin, and then you could have the email addresses of every person who is on your board of directors in here, okay? And when the report gets run, it would get sent out to all the recipients that you have in this box here. Another feature that's kind of neat is that you can add conditions. So you could say, okay, maybe we only want to run a certain report when a certain condition is met. Maybe, only when we have records where a certain flag has a particular value, that's when we want to run this report. Otherwise, it's just going to ignore it. So maybe you have a report that's running, that's showing maybe sales for, only customers that have been added in the last month or something like that. So you could have a condition here that is looking at the created date on your customer master record and looking at the date for that. There's any number of situations that you could use this. Finally, you could set up a template for your email that's going to get sent out, and this can be in several languages, by the way. In Nectari is a fully multilingual application, and you could have several languages. So I could write in a a subject in English and an alternative for it in Spanish or in Chinese or any other language. And then depending on the language of the user that you have set up in the system, that report would get run under one language or another, so different people would see reports in different languages. And you can customize the subject and the body both to be in different languages. And last but not least, you definitely can set up a schedule, and then you can say, okay, I want to run this one time, or maybe every day. Maybe I want to run this every week, and I can specify which days of the week I want to run it on, or maybe every 2 weeks. Or maybe I want to run it just on specific months, okay, maybe only in January and June on, let's say, you know, the first of every month, the first Monday of every month or something like that. And finally, you can set up an expiration date. So by using this, you have you can run reports automatically for people. So you know, maybe people want to see sales analysis reports. You want to have your sales reps receive a report for their sales every week. You could just set up an automatic job to provide them with that, so they never have to go into Nectari to actually run these reports. They simply get them in their email. Or you could set up a job to automatically run your financial statements every month and save the results somewhere in the network without somebody having to go in and manually updating each one of those reports and then export it into a static format and so forth. Basically, this enables you to gain a lot more productivity, and it also enables you to to use less licenses ultimately, because if there are certain users that only use certain reports and they never really need to go in Nectari to do additional analysis, then you can just use the automatic job to provide them with those reports, and they would have all the information that they need at their fingertips. So all this being said, I think I will go back to Excel, and Sarah can cover the Excel add-in, unless there's any questions.
Let's see. Before Sarah starts, we have 2 poll questions we're going to ask just to see who has Nectari and whether or not you use it for financials. Right now, Octavian Sarah is caught up on answering questions in the list. I think one of the questions was about the templates that came in the process web portal. Right. All those come with the new version, and I think that was about the only main one that was to everybody.
Okay. So it's just a little comment about the templates. There are some standard processes that come in a template. Like a template is just basically a grouping of processes. And there's a bunch of standard ones for X3 that will come with any new installation. But these processes, these templates, they tend to evolve. There's new processes that get added. There's improvements to existing processes. And there is a feature within Nectari, actually, to enable you to import additional new processes. So for those of you who have already had Nectari for a while, and maybe you're working off of some old templates, if you would like, we can take a look and see if there's any new available processes that have been created by the manufacturer that we could just import into your system, and you could use them right away. The costs, there will be no cost for the actual process itself. It's just the actual labor to import them, which is really not a big deal. I mean, it can be done in like less than an hour, this kind of import.
Cool. So awesome. So let's put out, there's 2 more documents that are in the handout section. They took a while to load. If everybody's interested in them, there's 2 different PDFs that were added that talk about X3 version 7 and then X3 version 7, the latest update to it called Update 8. If you want to download, those are out there. We're going to launch 2 quick polls just to see if everybody could give us some feedback on if they have Nectari. So I'm going to push out the first one. So we're looking at the poll question now. Do you have Nectari at your company? And if everyone could answer that. So far, 90% of everyone has voted, and 100% of the 90% of the people have Nectari. So that's great. So we're going to close that poll. And we're going to send one more out. Do you use Nectari to build your financial reports? So again, all of you that have Nectari have responded that you use Nectari to do your financial reports. Awesome. Okay, so looks like most everyone here has Nectari and uses it for financials, so that's great. Remember the PDFs are up there, and Sarah, if you have control, and you and Octavian want to go through the last part of the demo for Nectari doing financial reports.
Okay. So the Nectari add-in is going to be used mainly for your financial statements. That's how you're going to create your income statement, your balance sheet, your trial balance. You can also use it for other reporting purposes. So if you want to pull in your supplier listings or a payment listing or even your AP and AR aging, you can pull that through the Nectari Excel version as well. So I'm going to go over.
I'm sorry, Sarah, I just wanted to add something here. The Excel add-in tool is an excellent choice if you ever want to create a report that combines data from many parts of the system. The web client is very effective at presenting information from one part of the system, you know, like let's say just on the sales invoices or your inventory or your GL. But if you want to have a report that combines data from many parts of the system on the same line, like suppose you want to have a report where you see your sales for a given product and you want to see your inventory for that same product on the same page, you know, like side by side on the same line, you couldn't necessarily do that easily within the web client, but it is quite easy to do it within the Excel add-in. And also, if you care very much about the formatting, then the Excel add-in is the way to go. Sorry, just go ahead, Sarah.
Nope, that's great. Jump in whenever you know something that I didn't go over. So this page that we're looking at right now on your screen, this is considered, I call it a control tab. So it's recommended that you have a control tab that you can use. So your financial statements that you create in the Excel version is going to be what's called basically a template. So as you go in every month and you're doing your financial statements, you can go into your control tab, change your filtering, whether it's your fiscal year period, whether you're going to do you know, filters based upon your dimension, your specific companies if you have multiple companies. You can go into this control tab, change this, and then it'll basically filter into all of your different spreadsheets that you have within the Excel file. So from here, up here, you're going to have your general filters. So you have your fiscal year, fiscal period. You can have a prior year, prior period, your ledger, your company. You can also do your dimensions. So if you wanted to list out product lines, so you're doing an income statement and you want to list out the sales for specific product lines are going to be listed out on different lines, as well as being able to see your costs for those specific product lines. You can go in and create a template itself and then filter off of it based upon a control tab. In this sample that we have up here, they're also utilizing the control tab to be able to see statistical data. So if you wanted to pull in, not only are you bringing in your filters, your general filters, you can also bring in a quick statistical to be able to see your current year, last year, and see a very, very high level of your sales and your expenses and your COGS, as well as bringing in graphs if you wanted to off your dashboards. So you can do that all within your control tabs. Keep in mind, I mean, the sky's the limit when it comes to the Excel add-in. You can make customizations. You can do basically set up your templates kind of however you want to see them. I tell a lot of companies when they're grabbing they're starting to use Nectari or going into Nectari and wanting to create their financial statement. You know, a lot of times your board will have a financial statement style the way that they like to see it. So you can go in and you can use that same Excel sheet style with a previous set of financial statements, and you can layer in the formulas from the Excel add-in to be able to basically manipulate the same type of financial statements that maybe your board is already accustomed to. Okay. So the next tab is going to be your income statement. So you have the option of being able to bring in your GL accounts. You can list your GL accounts to your left. Like I said, you can customize this. However, there's so many different ways that you can set up an income statement. This way, it's actually listing all of the GL accounts on the column C. You can also bring in your GL accounts based upon reporting codes that are set up in the X3. You can do it based upon your accounting pyramids that are set up in X3. You can also filter within your GL accounts based upon dimensions. It's all very, very filtered. You can filter so much stuff and be able to layer out your different revenue accounts, layer out your different cost accounts, to be able to see them separately, line by line within your income statement. Let's see here. So within, I can't see the full screen. Hey, Octavian, there you go. Thank you. So within the Excel add-in, there is an add-in ribbon up here. So if you're within a formula and you wanted to be able to see the formula wizard, you can go ahead and just click on the formula wizard, and it's going to pop up the formula wizard screen. It's going to tell you the process that's being used within the within Nectari. It's also going to be telling you it's pulling the ledger posting field. It's doing a sum. You can reverse it. You can basically take the sum of all of the ledger posting fields, or the ledger posting data within that field. You can do just the debits, you can do just the credits, you can do an average, a min, a max, you can do a listing. So you have a lot of information, a lot of ways that you can be able to see this data. Within the formula wizard, you can point back to your different filters. So when you set up your control tab, as you're doing your formula wizard, you can go into your formula wizard, point and say, okay, I want you to be able to look at a specific cell as to what my ledger is going to be, what my company is going to be, what my period or my fiscal year or my account code, whatever those fields that you have set up on your control tab, you can go in and point those to those cells so that you can use this file over and over and over again by changing just only your control tab and not having to actually go into the formula wizard and make those modifications. If you want to be able to do a drill down, your formula wizard as well as your pivot table and the add-in as well as the data extractor, actually no, it's just the formula wizard and the pivot tables, you can do a drill down. So if you double click into a cell for this, it'll go and it'll pre-populate. Thanks, Octavian. This popped up because we weren't actually logged in once we do the, when we bring up the Excel add-in or the Excel sheet. You have to log in. You also have to watch this is calculating, so it'll take a minute for it to calculate. But if we are connected and you went in and you double-clicked on this, it was going to create another sheet, and it's going to give you all of the fields and all of the transactions that make up that particular sales revenue for that particular line. So you could go in and if you were looking and you're analyzing your data at the end of the month and you wanted to look at your sales account and say, okay, this product line seems high or seems low. I want to see the transactions within that line. You can drill down into that cell and it's going to open up a new sheet. It'll create a whole new sheet. It'll call it sheet 1, sheet 2, whatever the next sequence number is. And you can go in and you can see all of the different data for that particular it's a drill down. Yep.
So for example, for the sales revenue here, if you want to do a drill down, you just select that value, select that cell, and click on Formula Drill Down. And it might just take a bit of time here. We're probably looking at a lot of different records. At the top, the very top here, you're going to have the fields that that formula was filtering on. So you can see all these various fields. And then every single field that is within the process right now, you're going to have its value for the records that correspond to these criteria. So you can go and see all your amounts in different currencies. You can see, all the various dimensions that you may have associated with each transaction. And this may look a little bit intimidating to a lot of people just because you have so many different fields. We have put in a request actually to the manufacturer so that in the future there's going to be an option that you can pick and choose which fields you want to have available when you do a kind of a drill down. So you don't necessarily have to see everything. Maybe you just see the fields that are relevant to you, such as the document number and the document date and your business partner, obviously the dollar values and maybe some analytical dimensions. but maybe you don't want to necessarily see like the general category, or you don't want to see, things like all these other analytical dimensions which are not currently used and so forth. Sarah?
So this is basically the setup of how you would set up a income statement, or it's one of the ways that you can. Like I said, you have so many different variations that you can create your data. You can filter your data based upon your different dimensions, your different reporting codes, your different accounting pyramids. Your balance sheet is done the same way. It's done through the Formula Wizard. And again, you can list your GL accounts over here if you wanted to. You could also do it based upon your reporting code within the Formula Wizard. And this is kind of set up exactly the same way. So as you go into your control tab and you filter out your, you change your period to the next period, or you change your fiscal year to the next fiscal year, it automatically populates your sheets that you have created within this file to be able to filter off of that criteria. Okay.
Just one more thing to add in here. You don't have to list every single GL account and get values for, by account. You also have the option of getting totals for a range of accounts. You have the option of getting totals for a list of accounts, or any other dimension for that matter. And finally, you can even combine within the same cell. You can have several Excel add-in formulas. So for example, you want to look at a range and a list of accounts all in the same cell. It is possible to combine that.
Can you go to the sheet that we created for the pivot table?
Yes, just it's saving the auto recovery here. And it's kind of slow. Sometime today will allow me to go on the demo. Okay, so demo pivot. Okay, go ahead.
So here's an example of using the pivot table in Nectari. You can go in and you can bring in your pivot table, and you're going to want to use the pivot table here, and we can bring that up. The screen kind of looks fairly similar to the Formula Wizard. You're grabbing a process. You're telling it what environment you want to look at. And then within here of this process, it's letting you put in a filter on all of the dimensions. And you have to be careful in Nectari. Dimensions here are not necessarily your financial dimensions in X3. It's basically any field that can be filtered based upon. So if you wanted to bring in all of your accounting codes, you're going to look at all of your fiscal years and all of your periods, we can go ahead and just click OK, and it's going to go and it's going to bring up all of the different types of, it's going to bring in all of the different fields that you can filter and basically do a pivot table off of. The pivot table works almost exactly like the Excel add-in. The only difference is or not the Excel, the Excel version of a pivot table. And the only difference between the two is your Nectari is actually pulling in your data. I probably should have just picked Canva.
Yeah, because it's right now it's going to load every single record. You can see here at the bottom that it's loading hundreds of thousands of records from the GL, so that's why it's taking a bit of time here. And the system is not the fastest. It probably just canceled out.
Can you hit the escape key?
Well, let's see here. I could try, but okay. Oh, there it goes.
Okay. So from here, you can come into your pivot table fields and pull them down and filter based upon specific fields. Your rows, you can list out your different rows. So here we're doing the accounting codes and the accounting descriptions. So we're basically doing a high-level quick trial balance, and then we can bring in the ledger postings. You can come up here and we can filter on your different periods if you want to. We could select multiple ones if we wanted to. We could come in here and we could select different, sorry, that was fiscal years. This is periods, and we can grab multiple periods that we want to see. So as you go in and you filter these out, your data changes. We can come in and we can look at, depending on what you're bringing in, if you wanted to see what the descriptions or what the documents are that make up this, you could come in and you could drag in your document numbers, and it's going to bring more data in. So the sum of the ledger posting would stay the same, but it's going to bring in more lines under this account, basically listing, okay, all of these journal entries or all of these document numbers that make up that ledger posting is going to be listed underneath it. So you can see more and more detail. So you can see very high level, or you can drill down to a transaction level. You have the option of doing the drill down as well. So if you wanted to come in here, double click on it, it's going to do another sheet for you, and it's going to basically show all of the transactions that's listed out for this particular account. Okay? You do have the option of creating different designs. You can change your formats. It's basically the functionality of how a pivot table works in Excel. It's the same as if you're using the pivot table for Nectari, except the only difference is your Nectari is actually sucking in your data from X3. Okay. So kind of the last thing is the data extraction tool. This is really kind of just I call it a glorified data dump. So when you're going into your data extraction tool and you want to come in here and you want to see, I want to see all of the listing of supplier invoices. You can look up your invoice analysis, and you can say all of them, and within your process, it's going to pull in all of the different fields that are available from that process. You can select which ones to be able to pull in. So this particular data extraction, we're bringing in the company, the year, the company code, the name, and so on and so forth to see all of the different data. You can hit show your headers, and then you would just hit OK, and it's going to come in and dump everything. So it would dump everything in here. You can go and you can manipulate these. You can change your rows around. You can come and you can delete them. Keep in mind, once you start changing your rows, being able to go back into your data extraction tool and actually doing a refresh, it may error out on you, and you may have to just recreate it again. Okay? Not too much. Go ahead, Octavian.
I was just going to say that another application for this data extraction is to create dynamic lists of values. So let's say you want to have a trial balance that's going to always show you every single GL account that's in a particular ledger, and you don't want to just like create the list once and then 6 months down the road when somebody has added in a few other accounts, you would then have to go and manually change the report. In that case, what you would do is you would just create a data extraction that just brings in, say, the GL account and the GL account name, and you could have it set up in your options here to refresh on Workbook Open. So that way, every time you open up that report, the list of GL accounts is refreshed, and you're always sure that you have every single GL account that's in the system. Furthermore, once a data extraction, like once data is in here, you could add additional formulas to the right of the data extraction, and you could easily create a report based on that. And usually when you create a data extraction, you only really need to have like to set up like one row of columns, and then every time you refresh your data extraction, it's going to create all the rest of the columns for you. So if I could show you like just very, very quickly here, like let's say I'm going to go and create a data extraction based on, say, the chart of account. Let's see. Okay, we have an account description. Okay, and I can show the headers, and I can set the refresh on Workbook Open if I wanted to. I can set distinct records, so we're not pulling in any duplicates. And then this is going to create a list of accounts. And then I could have some formulas in here. Right, I could use the formula wizard maybe to bring in the balance as of a specific given point in time. Like let's say I have a fiscal year 3 and periods 0 through 5 or something like that. So I could quickly go and create a formula to bring using the GL detail transactions to bring in, let's say, the sum of the ledger posting, filtered on a given fiscal year and range of periods. Okay, and I'm going to filter on a specific account code, which I'm going to find in my data extraction. I know it's going to be there. And I'm going to remove the dollar in front of the 6, so as this formula gets copied down, it gets refreshed automatically for different GL accounts. So then it's going to bring me some sort of value here, and now when I do a data extraction refresh on this worksheet, it is going to recreate the list of accounts, but it is also, eventually once it finishes here, it is also going to recreate every single formula that I have in here, okay? Now they all happen to be 0, maybe I'm not looking at the right fiscal year or something, but you can see that it's automatically recreated this for me. So if I just need this for like a trial balance or something like that, it took me a couple of minutes to create it, and I'm always going to have every single account, and I can then play around with these parameters to get different balances. Okay.
Did we show the invoice list spreadsheet? That was a data extraction with a link.
Oh, yes, this one, yes. So this list of invoices here, I used a data extraction. Actually what I did is I created a static list, and I brought in, these are formulas that bring in dollar amounts, business partners, and so forth. And then this extra invoice, this was simply done using the link to formula. So when you click on that, you have access to the same links that you have from the web client, and you can define additional options in here in your web client by going to the application links. You can create links to other parts of X3 or other applications and so forth. Okay, so this is the same list that you see in the Excel add-in. And then in here, so I said in this case, what I said is that I wanted to link to the extra invoice, and then I can pass it a parameter. So I say my invoice number is right there. And again, I can copy the dollar in here, so then I can go and copy that formula for other invoices. And as soon as I create that link, it is going to take me to the X3 screen. In this case, it'd be a particular invoice record. All right, it's DIR 0019. And I could go and copy this and paste it for other for the other invoices, so every single invoice has a link associated with it. As soon as I click one of those links, it takes me into X3 to a screen such as this one, filtered on that particular invoice.
Great.
Okay, so back to the financials here. Is there anything else you wanted to show, Sarah?
Nope, that was kind of the overview.
Awesome. Great job on Nectari. I know most of you have stuck it out through the whole seminar, workshop of 4 hours, and we do appreciate you attending today. I see there's 2 questions. One question was, can we get the templates if we don't have them? I think Octavian addressed that one, that they can be loaded. Just submit a help desk ticket and they'll get it routed to Octavian or someone who can help you look at the templates. If you are sending a help desk request, I believe that's helpdesk@swk.com through email. Just send it there and it'll get logged in our system and somebody will contact you back. Another question was, is there any place in X3 that populates financial statements in an out-of-the-box format? So X3 has some basic financial reports that you can run. And let me just flip over and I'll show everybody my screen here. So in the printouts, which is the, it's either reports or printouts depending on your version, there's a group of printouts and they don't really have what we call formatted financials like a balance sheet and income statement out of the box. If you're looking for financial reports in the system, you can look at the reports that are shown under the financials grouping here in the middle. And you can look in financial accounting. I believe that's either that one or the legal reports. You can find some reports that would be like a trial balance or general ledger detail report in those sections. So look at financial accounting. Bring up a list of reports that are part of that group. And in here, you'll see there's a GL account balance and a trial balance. So a GL detail and a trial balance are shown in this section here. But there's no balance sheet or income statement. There are these 4 at the bottom. And these are the legacy reporting functionality that's been around in X3 for a very long time. And they're basically ways to report off of data that's an income statement or balance sheet that you configured in X3. And so X3 has the tool it comes with. You still have to tell it, what are my GL accounts, what are those accounts, and where do they show up on my balance sheet or income statement. In the setup section in financials in X3, we have what's called the financial data extractor. And in here is where you would design the balance sheet or income statement. And you would tell it what I have. So if I look at, I don't see one for USA in here. We'll just go look at this one as an example. This would be like a financial income statement, and they have columns on it. And then in the lines tab, you build all these controls. And it looks like this one has the balance sheet on it. So it's a financial position, it's not an income statement. I read that wrong. But you would put in the controls and the lines that you want to print, and in the controls you establish reporting codes, GL account numbers, or account classes, balance sheet, assets, liabilities, and based upon the tags that you put on the account numbers of the class or the account numbers itself, you can group your account numbers in here and build total rows. This is a lot more difficult to use and manage than Nectari. So we kind of stopped training clients on this if they have Nectari, which I think 90% on the phone have said they have Nectari. So nobody's really using these out-of-the-box features, even though they're there. I have a few clients that have used the out-of-the-box features because they wanted a few people in the company to have basic financial reports for their facility or their division of the company, but they didn't want to have all those 30 or 40 people who are already using X3 have to move over to Nectari. So sometimes we use this for maybe internal things with X3 that aren't really the financial books that you publish for the board or at the end of the month, but they would be, you know, internal small mini financials, balance sheet or income statement, that type of thing. And you can put these on your dashboards, or you could run them from that reporting section that we talked about in the printouts. You can also run them within here. Where is that? Financial data extraction in the menus, in the financials area is a reporting section where you can access those balances on the screen. And you can even do some nice things in here. This one's probably not going to work. Let's see here. I grab this one. This one has a few numbers in it, not much of anything. Try one more. Yeah, this is French, so it's all in French. But looks like they have sales of merchandise and services and different things like that. But this is what it would look like if you use the one in the screen, and you can go through multiple pages. Nectari is a lot more powerful, a lot more easier to use, and has better features for analyzing the data, because within here you can use some analysis tools inside X3, like you can drill down into the data. If I go to the number, I can drill down and see the detail. Just not as user-friendly as Nectari is. So we do have those. Okay. So we've covered the Nectari items. I want to remind everybody that there's 5 handouts up there in the handout section. When we end the webinar, they won't be there. Doesn't tell me if anybody hasn't downloaded them, so I just wanted to give you a few minutes to try to do that. As we wrap up, thank you for attending. We appreciate everybody that's participated today in our year-end workshop. We're going to eventually send out a survey once we've completed the 2 workshops this week and next week, and get some feedback. Let us know what you thought about the workshop and the content. Was it relevant and helpful to you? Anything that we've missed that you would want to see included in the future? I believe we've got all of our questions. We'll give a moment to see if anybody wants to raise their hand or submit another question, and then we'll adjourn. Well, thanks for attending. Everybody have a great day, and please email our help desk or reach out to a consultant if there's anything that you would like to discuss further. Thank you again.